Hello, 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 hello. It is Wednesday. Hope you enjoyed your Wednesday. Today, we're gonna do something, we've been doing it for quite a while now, of course. But today I want to go a little bit more, with a little bit more, information into the topic. Today we're gonna do a full workflow on, a full showcase on how my workflow is to create and sculpt realistic looking characters. That's going to be the topic for today. And of course, we're going to also, I'm going to talk about a few tricks and tips and tricks to kind of make it easier to keep all the anatomy proportions and all that in your mind. Let's go to the summary. Hello, hello, hello. So, as always, hope you enjoyed your Wednesday. Hope you enjoyed your day so far, and maybe I can help you, keep it good. That sounds weird. Okay, so as always, if you only want to, so these ones are the topics for today's stream. If you only want to see one of these two. You should see thumbnails, dude, I can't talk today. You can see timestamps in the description and also in the timeline. So if you only want to see the sculpting a realistic character in Blender workflow that we're going to cover once we're done with the quick sketch, then you should see it in the timeline. I don't know what's going on right now. I've been eating too much. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna start with the 30-minute quick sketch. The whole process of 30-minute sculpting, and then afterwards we're gonna do some post-processing. I'm gonna keep it. Hopefully, I can make it pretty quick, so that we can go right into the realistic character sculpting tutorial, basically. Yeah, I'll show you my workflow in Blender. How I sculpt realistic characters from scratch, from just a sphere, including some tips and tricks to make it easier to keep the proportions in mind. There are a few tips and tricks that you can keep in mind to make it easier to kind of place your eyes. Where are they supposed to be? Maybe where should you place your ears or your nose? All that stuff. There are a few rules maybe, or a few guides that you can use to make it easier on yourself. You don't have to really guess. There's actually some sort of a little bit of a guide on how a human face is constructed. And then we're not gonna sculpt a normal human face though. We're gonna sculpt a what do you call it, like a female orc. That's gonna be the character that we're gonna sculpt for this workflow. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Which means that we not only will talk about how you can create realistic proportions, or like a realistic character, like a human, but also how you can then apply the same anatomy to change the anatomy in a way where it still keeps the same. You change the proportions of the anatomy of the human face to create different looking characters, like an orc, for example. We're gonna, kind of talk about how you can do that, how you can, mix and match different proportions on your character to create different looking faces and all that stuff. So that's what we're going to talk about today as well. I don't want to waste any more time, so let's go into Blender. There you go. I have my references already here. Let me set up everything. First thing that I need is my graphics tablet. There you go. So, let's go to sculpting. Of course, we're going to do a quick sculpt today as well. This month will be solely sculpts, just because I, wanted to do it. No huge reason or whatever. Dynamic topology, constant detail, 20, symmetry, X. There you go. Now everything's ready. Today, I'm gonna attempt to sculpt a lion. Or a tiger. I think it's a tiger, yeah, a tiger. I have some references. I need my timer as well. Hold on. There you go. Takes a little bit to load. There you go, perfect. Okay, I would say we can start right away with the quick sketch. This time I'm not gonna forget to record. Saved me, I mean, cost me some time yet today, so I don't want to do it again. Okay, so I would say quick sketch, 30-minute quick sketch in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so of course I have some references first to kind of start off. Let's see. So first of all, of course, this is a lion's face. Isn't just like a sphere. It actually has some like a mouth, for example. So that's what we're gonna do here. I think the mouth is actually too long like this. Although, of course, we're gonna adjust it more later. But I think, yeah, we can keep it like this for now. There you go. So that's gonna be the head. We need also, of course, the nose. So we're gonna put that in now. The nose and the nose bridge right there. There you go. Already looks way more like a lion. There you go. A tiger, I mean. I'm gonna sculpt the lion. I'm gonna sculpt the tiger. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, of course, increase the brush strength to full, at least on the clay strips, just because it's easier to then block out your scene. There you go. We also need, of course, the mouth. There you go. That then actually isn't that long, so I'm gonna keep it right there. There you go. This might actually be too long, so I'm gonna pull it further to the front. There you go. Okay, let's see I have another view from the front just to kind of see what what it looks like from the front. That looks pretty good. Okay, let's give him some his nice little I don't even know what this is called on like cats and all that stuff. It's not a cheek. Oh, welcome Kojo. Hope you enjoyed your day so far. We're doing a quick sketch before we go into today's topic. That's what you see on screen right now. 30 minutes to just warm up and get ready for the actual topic. There you go. Okay. Usually also every animal has these cheekbones, just like humans. So lions have them as well. There you go. But then go right here. Okay. We also have a forehead, of course. Otherwise, where would the eyes be? So we're going to put the forehead in now. The forehead is actually quite wide, so I'm going to, of course, keep that in mind. The eyes are pretty small. That's what we discussed yesterday, actually. Kind of talking about how smaller animals have bigger eyes and big animals have smaller eyes, which is quite interesting to see. Today we're gonna talk about, or I'm gonna show my workflow for how to sculpt realistic characters, what I've seen so far. Usually on Blender sculpting tutorials, always it's just basically like stylized characters. So I wanted to do a video, because that's basically what I like to do, on my workflow on how to create realistic characters. You can see the one that we just recently finished in the thumbnail as well. Today we're going to do another one, so I can show off the workflow. Maybe this what I'm doing right here maybe helps you as well, kind of just the workflow. But this one is just like a quick practice and warm up, so it's not really something I guess that I'm aiming to be extremely helpful, I guess. The project that we're then starting with, once I'm done with this, will have more tips and tricks and overall just information on how you can, how I set up my scene, how I set up my brushes, how I set up, you know, how I think, what I think about when I sculpt, overall just the workflow, and a few things you can kind of keep in mind when you want to create realistic human characters, like anatomy or sculpting, I guess, tips and tricks. That's what I want to cover today. Okay. And of course, if you ever have any questions, you can always ask them. It's not about, I mean, you know, it's about learning today, or, you know, I guess teaching. So if there are ever any questions, don't hold back. It can only be helpful for the video and of course for you as well. Okay, we have some fur down here as well. Not too much though, it's rather on the side, right here. Okay, we also have some, the structure in the you know, at the top looks kind of weird. So what I see in the reference at least is that we need to pull this a little bit more forward, just because the eyes look more straight than, I guess, herbivores. There we go. What I think for predators, they have forward-facing eyes, and for, I guess, you know, what do you call them? The prey animals or whatever. Like, you know, like cows and all that stuff. They have rather side-facing eyes, like cows, as I said before, or deers. Yeah, I usually, for all the scopes that I do, only use probably five brushes maximum. You know, we have so many, but I usually only use 5 for basically all of my sculpts, just because you can basically do you know, all you need with them. The ones that I'm talking about would be, number 1, I put them on my you know, I assign them to hotkeys. Number 1, the one that I use the most, is the clay strips brush. That is this one right there, that basically just lays down these strips. The good thing about those is that they not only can add volume very easily, you know, like this for example, to create ears or whatever, but they also have a nice structure to them, which means that you can very easily, for example, I don't know, sculpt in, I don't know, fur, for example, you know, creating these lines here, and you can kind of suggest, or, you know, you can kind of create a nice fur structure. So they kind of serve two purposes. First of all, to create, to form and shape volume, and the second purpose would be to just yeah, create a nice structure if you need it. Then the next one would be the crease brush, which is usually used for either making edges sharper or creating these creases. That's what it's usually used for, like these creases you can create with them. That's the one that I'm talking about, the crease brush. The good thing is you can use these two in tandem very good, just because sometimes you have this, you know, just using the clay strips brush, sometimes it can be very hard to create these sharp edges. So what you can do is you can create this volume, and then you can use the crease brush to, first of all, maybe, you know, make a hole in the middle. Or what you can do is you can press Control, so that you can do the reverse of what the brush usually does. So the crease brush usually goes in, but if you press Control, you do the exact opposite. You go out. This way you can create this nice edge right here, which can be very helpful for various different, you know, operations, I guess. The next one would probably be, oh yeah, the move brush, the grab brush. Basically, it's similar to, you know, you just grab a chunk of your mesh. So if you click on it right here, you can just pull it back. That is very useful for stuff like small adjustments, like, oh, this fur is supposed to be further out, so I can just pull it out. Or the nose is supposed to be longer, so I just pull the nose out. That's very useful for that. And then what you can also do is you can, that's basically what you do with the grab brush. Kind of just pushing and pulling in various directions if you need to do a few adjustments. And then the next one, the fourth one, would be the mask brush that I'm using right now. You can basically paint in a mask, and that mask will be used to distinguish between two, I guess, no. So everything that's black for this mask will not be affected by any brushes. So if I now use my clay strokes brush and just paint on here, you can see what happens. Everything around the mask will be adjusted or, you know, pushed up, but the mask itself will not be affected by any brushes. That is especially useful right now, for example. If I invert this mask, now only this part will be, you know, affected. Now I can use the next brush that the last brush that I use mainly, which would be the snake hook brush. The snake hook brush is similar to the grab brush in that you can pull and push stuff. The biggest difference is that you can actually not just like pull it, you can actually extend it. So you can see the difference. The grab brush just, you know, pulls it out. The snake hook brush, which is this one right here, actually creates new geometry and extends the sculpt, and this way you can create these nice simple ears. Okay, they look kind of weird right now, but we can adjust them. There you go. Of course, you can also use the snake hook brush to kind of move stuff around. Sometimes it's easier with the snake hook brush, sometimes it's easier with the grab brush. The grab brush, I would say, is more used for very subtle changes, and the snake hook brush is rather used for bigger changes. You can also, you know, rotate with the snake hook brush, yeah, which is another useful function. But those are basically all brushes that I use, all the ones. And also, with every brush that you use, it has a secondary or third function, which will be activated if you press Shift. So I basically alternate between either control to use, or, you know, just using the brush. The alternative would be using control and then the brush to do the exact opposite, or holding Shift and then using the brush, which switches the brush that you're using to the smooth brush. This is especially useful if you want to smooth like surfaces, and you don't need to always move to the smooth brush. You can just, you know, sculpt something, and then you can hold Shift and then just sculpt over it, and you smooth it out basically. That's a very useful function, because, you know, always having to switch to the smooth brush would be quite annoying. So you can just press Shift. There you go. Okay. All the others, I think oh well, there's one more that I sometimes use, but that is more for, I guess, finished characters rather. There's one brush where you can kind of pose characters with. That is the pose brush right here. It creates this arm, and this arm, the small little white circle down there right here, that is where it kind of latches onto, and you can rotate around this circle, which can be useful if you have a character and you want to pose, for example, their arms, but it's quite rare that I use that, because usually I don't need to pose stuff in sculpt mode. There you go. We have 16 minutes left. This already looks pretty good, like a tiger, but we can still do a few adjustments. For the, yeah, there aren't really any specific faces for, specific brushes for the face. I usually always use the same. The only difference, there isn't really a difference. I think the workflow's, I guess, fundamentally very the same for everything that I do, whether that is like this tiger or a character's face. It's very similar. The biggest difference would probably be, I guess, you know, the appearance. You know, sculpting a tiger, I guess it's just like a different, you know, process. You'd have to shape it different, but that's just, you know, the difference, I guess, is the facial structure. Not really any workflow changes or brush changes. let's give him a neck. So now I can use the mask brush again. I can mask out where his neck should be, like this, kind of paint it on. And then I can press Ctrl I to invert the mask, grab my snake hook and pull the neck out, like this. We don't need that much. Okay. We can smooth it with the shift function on every brush. There you go. And then we can do some adjustments here. So let's connect it more at the bottom here. We also need some fur down here. That's where the clay strip brush comes in. You can create some nice structure here. I'm gonna do a little bit, probably some, go a little bit deeper with some more geometry soon, just to create some fur structure, or fur flow, I guess. And then we can finish the sculpt. There you go. Of course, I'm only gonna do the face, the head and the neck, nothing more. Just because in 30 minutes, I don't think that's... I tried doing like a full animal body for like at some point. I tried it, but that was just too much for 30 minutes. So I usually now keep it at at the head. I stay there. I don't really want to do the full body because that would rob me time that I would like to spend on the face. If I have to do the full body, I don't really have any time to spend on detail in the face, which usually makes the sculpts look very, I guess, boring and bland, just because you don't have any time to put any detail in or pay that much attention to, to the face, because you have to do the rest as well. Okay, so let's see. We should we change the eyes? I have some eye, yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's put in eyes. I have a model for eyes, which I'm just gonna put into his, into the eyes. I think that's easier, or it looks better than having the sculpt here, especially because I'm probably not gonna increase the resolution of the sculpt far enough that we have enough resolution to create good looking eyes. So I'm gonna keep it quite low and just use a separate mesh. What I also do is, in the beginning I use very, very strong brushes. I basically increase the strength by quite a lot. And then at some point when I think I can go into a little bit more detail, I can decrease it again with Shift and then F. It depends on what I do, whether or not I add more or, just more shapes to it. So when I do a full body, I usually first of all create a base mesh, which I do in the usual layout, I guess, tab. I basically just grab, spheres and I guess cubes and all that stuff to create a base mesh, basically like a stick figure. And then once I have that, I go into the individual limbs and sculpt them afterwards. So I create a base mesh or like a skeleton or a stick figure first, and then afterwards I go into sculpting, really adding more objects to the scene or to the sculpt. I don't really do, especially for characters. Only, of course, if they're like a full body. Then I create the the shape first, and then the stick figure, I guess, the base mesh first, and then I go into sculpting. Usually I don't really add new shapes, except for maybe the eyes that I'm going to add here as well. But that is after I'm done with the sculpt itself. You see, he has no eyes right now. I'm going to add those once I'm done with the sculpt. There you go. Quick sketch day 136. There you go. Okay. Yeah. I definitely have some tricks. First of all, on I guess the anatomy of eyes, where to place them, and I guess how big they're supposed to be. But also kind of show what I do for eyes. Usually what I do now is I have an eye model that I sculpted, oh no sculpted, but you know, created at some point, and now I just use that. So you basically, I think what you mean is that you put in you include, or you add a sphere to the sculpt, and then if you know, keep sculpting, it kind of blends into each other. I think that's I think what I've done as well at some point, and then I decided to just kind of not divide, but oh, hold on. I decided to keep the eyes separate from the body or the head. That makes it easier to, first of all, distinguish them, especially once you're rendering them. But also you don't really, you know, change the eye shape, for example, if you're just trying to change the head shape. There you go. Now that we have some more geometry, we can create some nice structure here by just using the clay strip brush. Of course, it's still very rough. This is just a quick sketch, nothing crazy. Just a few small little details. There you go. Especially here in the front, we have the nose that needs some more detail. There you go. Oh, you mean, oh, okay, yeah. So if you want to add new shapes to your existing shape, you can't just add them, I guess. You have to kind of fuse the two shapes together. So if you just basically go in edit mode and add another sphere, it is still a separate model. What you have to do to merge them, or that you can kind of, you know, create a single shape out of them, is you have to either connect them by, you know, just, I guess, connect them by yourself, you know, connecting the faces. Or what you can also do is you can use the remesh modifier to, I guess, yeah, remesh the two meshes, which usually, if they're close enough, merges them together so that they will be seen as just a single model. If I would now just add a sphere to this, for the eyes, for example, it would still be seen as a separate model, and it wouldn't really merge the faces together, or, you know, it's still, you know, two models in just one object, I guess. Wait, what am I doing? I need some detail here. And that is also what you can use the crease brush for. By using the inverted, I guess, function, you can create some nice fur here by increasing the strength. You can make it easier on yourself. There you go. We have 6 minutes left. Actually, quite a lot of time. Went by pretty slowly so far, so we have some more time for, I guess, some detail. There you go. Smooth this. Okay. There you go. A nice nose right there. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so the basic workflow is basically start off very, very rough and then go more and more into detail. That is basically a workflow that you can not only apply to sculpts, but basically to everything you do. Whether you do, I don't know, you create an animation, or you create a character rig, you create a car, always starting off very, very simple in the beginning will help you make it easier. You know, it's just more intuitive than immediately going into detail, because the fundamentals are the most important part about anything, basically. And if they aren't looking right, then you don't even need to go into the next step. So making sure that you focus on the basics first, like proportions or the big shapes, is basically the most important thing. So that's what I did with this tiger as well. I looked at the, I guess the overall silhouette and shape first, made sure that the nose, you know, long enough or has the right shape, the nose is in the right direction, in the right position, the eyes are facing in the right direction. And once I have all these fundamentals, I can then go into more detail, just because I at least have good, you know, base structure, which I can then, you know, just expand on and make more detail. Go. I think tigers also have these weird overhanging lips or lip corners. That's why I paint them in right now. As far as I've observed so far, I haven't observed that many tigers or cats in general, big cats. But I think as far as I remember, they have these as well. I think dogs have them as well. So I think that's where I mainly know them from. You can see that, you know, especially on dogs, like all the saliva and spit like drooling down, or, you know, drooling down their mouth corners. That's where I kind of recognize it, that they have these. There you go. I'm not gonna sculpt in whiskers. I think that's not really necessary. That's just like a small detail that, you know, is nice to have, but not really necessary. So what I want to do though is I want to create like small dots right here, just to kind of create a nice structure here in the front. That kind of suggests that there would be whiskers, but there aren't any. There you go. Yeah, that's one thing that I would, you know, that I can always suggest if you want to improve on anything, whether that is, you know, sculpting or anything else. Doing these 30-minute quick sketches or quick projects can really, I guess, boost your skills, just because with these quick sketches you don't really have that much time to focus on any detailed stuff. You basically only have time to really focus on the beginning, which is very, you know, usually the most important part. So doing these, maybe not every day necessarily, but at least, you know, I don't know, once a week or even every second day, can really help you improve your skills very quickly. Just because, you know, the workflow in itself is quite similar overall. So if you kind of know what you do or what you need to do in the beginning, then at least you know, you basically know what you need to do throughout the whole project. There you go. Oh, he looks kind of sad. Let's see. We need some eyelids as well. They're quite small, but they're there. There you go. We Oh, 44 seconds. Why was the overlay just gone for a second? Ghosts. That has to be ghost. There you go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this one actually looks pretty good. I think tigers are pretty, I guess, simple to sculpt in terms of their shape. I had more it was more difficult to sculpt the deer, for example. Maybe also because the more animals you do, the more you kind of recognize that they have a very similar facial structure. So you kind of recognize the shape and you can just do it because you've done it before. Oh. Yeah. Exactly. Once you kind of have to merge them, otherwise they still will be seen as separate objects. Which is kind of, you know, it's kind of weird to think about or to kind of, you know, to recognize, just because it's it seems like if you add something in edit mode, it's supposed to be like the same shape, but you know, it really isn't. But you have to get that idea first before you can see it. So I did that mistake for quite a while as well. There you go. Nice fur right here, and then we're done. There you go. Okay. Cute little fur. Okay, I'm already going overtime, so I'm not gonna do much more. There you go. Okay, let's put in the eyes. So I have my eye model as I said before, so I'm gonna grab that real quick. Yeah, append. Very useful if you always, you know, for example for characters, that's why I created those. I don't want to create new eyes every time, because, you know, if I can create them once, I can basically create them every time. So why would I do it every time if I can save some time and, you know, just have one prepared that I can just put in. So a easy trick that I'm probably going to talk about again once we go into the workflow is you only need one eye to have two. So if you go in here and use the mirror modifier, you can see that this sculpt is supposed to be the mirror object, and this way you have them on both sides. Of course, you have to make sure that when you're sculpting you enable symmetry, but that should basically always be active anyway when you begin. These eyes, of course, are human eyes, so they look kind of weird on a tiger, but maybe we can just remove the material so it isn't that obvious. There you go. There you go. Okay. There's one more thing that I want to do, which is I want to cut off, or I want to make this clean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a cube and pull it further down. There you go. And just use the Boolean modifier to make a nice smooth ending right here. Nope, not bevel. I need my Boolean modifier. There you go. Takes a little bit to register. There you go. We apply it. Now we have a nice, smooth, clean ending. Look at that. Perfect. Okay. Let's make a quick render out of this. Yeah, and the good thing about keeping the eyes separate from the head is also that you can then still change them afterwards. For example, you can give them a pose. They could, you know, look in a different direction, or they could, I don't know, you could change the shader individually. You don't have to do that. If you include it kind of in the sculpt itself, it's kind of harder to do that. So yeah, that's why I usually don't include the eyes in the sculpt as well. Okay, I need my lighting scene. I'm gonna append that as well. Wait, where am I? There you go. So it's a UV sphere that is adjusted by just slightly adjusted. I can show you what I did. Hold on. Okay, this dude needs to go. Okay. So this is a sphere where I pushed forward. You know, I basically just grabbed this vertex in the front. I think I used the proportional editing sphere option mode or whatever, and then I just pulled it forward a little bit to create this I don't know what it's called, like the this protrusion in the front where the iris is. And then I exchanged this this dot right here because it just looks better in the render. I exchanged this with like proper geometry, basically. And that's the eye. And then of course I put in some shaders to make it, oh, well, okay, well the shaders aren't applied. I need to apply them again, but I'm gonna do that for the other character. Want to remove the the materials here anyway, so let's do that. There you go. Yep. Okay, so let's bring back everything. Let's go into rendered view. Okay. I want to push it more over here. Actually, I'm going to keep it there. I want to change the lighting as well. I think the lighting looks kind of flat. So maybe by rotating it, we can make it a little bit more interesting. Oh, that's pretty good, I think. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Let's go a little bit closer. Perfect. Okay. I also have a material that I use for all my sculpts, for these quick sculpts, just to kind of highlight their features a little bit better. So I need to append that as well. It's a very, very simple setup. Hold on. Material 001. Yeah, this is basically the quick sculpt, I guess, lighting scene that I've created for the first one, and I just copy and use for all the others as well. There you go. This is basically just a usual principle BSDF, roughness 2.3, and then I use a geometry node with the pointiness value to highlight or create some darkness or some black values where you have these creases. For example, the nose, we can compare it to what it was before. Like the mouth, for example, is a little bit darker. If I remove this, it is kind of less, it's less defined. That's why I like this setup. It's very, very simple and very effective to just, highlight the features a little bit better. We can of course adjust it as well, make it a little bit darker, for example, or whatever. But what we had before, I kind of liked like this. Yeah. The lighting is actually pretty simple. I just use a light from up top, and then one more from the side, and that's it. Okay. Let's do 50% first to do the sketch render, and then we can do the final render after we've done some post-processing. There you go. Very quick. Okay, let's do some post-processing pretty quickly. I usually just use my glare node in here. There you go, quite strong, so I'm going to set it maybe to 2.5 and high. There you go, just a little bit, maybe 2. Give it this glow. That's good, I like it. save it right there, and then, yeah. Do we need more? I don't think so. So let's do the final render. Shouldn't take too long. I'm going to set it to times 8, 256 samples, and then I'm going to hit render. And then we're going to go into Photoshop, do the final finishing touches, and then we can go into the next topic. How long? 3.5 minutes. That's okay. I usually do the last finishing touches in Photoshop just because it's easier to adjust the image in Photoshop. If you do, color changes, for example, in the compositor in Blender, it always has to recalculate the render, which has this second or two delay to all your changes with, or maybe even more, which makes it kind of annoying to work in there. So I kind of like to work in Photoshop to kind of adjust, the colors, for example, the values, give it maybe more contrast. It's just easier in there. Gonna drink something real quick. How much time do we need? 1.5 minutes. Oh no, that's way too long. I can't wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you wanna, I don't know how long you're gonna eat, but if you wanna see, the full workflow from beginning to end, you can always, when I'm still live, go back, rewind. I think even if I'm still live. If not, then there should be timestamps in the description and in the timeline as well. Okay. We don't need you anymore, timer. Hope you enjoy your food. One more block. Photoshop is already ready. Oh, I need to open the quick sketch folder. Wait, where did I? Oh, okay. Just a quick snack? Okay. Wait, oh, there it is. Why is it before that? It's the exact, oh. Okay, let's save this image and then we can go into Photoshop. There you go. PNG. Quick sketch day 136. 1920 by 1920. Okay, let's put that into Photoshop and do the final touches. So, first of all, as always, I'm going to use probably just a contrast node to make it easier, or contrast adjustment layer, bring some more contrast in there, easy. You know what, I'm going to use selective color correction as well, just to kind of bring down the gray tones a little bit, like that, just a little bit, not too much. Yeah, perfect. Create some more depth. And then we need one more texture, which is the fingerprint texture, to give it this rough look. which I always use for my black and white quick sketches. There you go. Put that in. Set it to add mix mode 50%. There you go. And that's today's quick sketch. I'm gonna save the PSD and then the JPEG. I'm gonna upload it into my phone, and then I'm gonna upload it to social media. While I do that, you're gonna see a quick compilation, and then we go into the next topic. Or should I call it artwork cinematic? Where am I? Wrong folder. There you go. Plug my phone in. Let's go back to Blender and open a new file, which is what we need. So new. There you go. Okay. Copy and paste. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna see you. Sorry. I'm gonna see you in 3 minutes when we begin today's actual topic, creating a realistic character in Blender, sculpting a realistic character face in Blender. Yeah, I'm gonna see you in 3 minutes. Until then, enjoy the artwork cinematic. There you go. Easy. Let's bring back the music. Okay, wait, it's quiet. Did the song stop? Oh, there you go. Okay. Perfect. Let's start with today's topic, which is of course my workflow, or a general workflow on how to create realistic characters in Blender, sculpting realistic character faces, and in general not just, you know, faces. Oh yeah, welcome, Jordan. I sent you a you know, peace sign, but I don't know if that actually shows up as me or something else. Hope you enjoyed your morning, evening, or whatever time zone you're in. Wait, didn't you say that you... I can't remember if it was you or someone else that said you were from India. Anyway, greetings. So today we're going to talk about how to create realistic human characters. I'm going to go over the general workflow, going from a sphere, from scratch, basically from a sphere, all the way to a full character, maybe even with hair. Depends on how much time we have for today. I think we have some time for at least rough hair. So yeah, let's go straight into it. I'm going to not only talk about the workflow in itself, what I guess sculpt brushes to use or whatever, but also you know, give you a few tips on facial anatomy, kind of a few, I guess, tricks on how to recognize or kind of learn where you should place your eyes, or where you should place your ears, your nose, and all that stuff. So yeah, today, to, you know, to show, or you know, for the workflow, what we're gonna sculpt today is a female orc, which gives us the opportunity to not only create a, you know, create a, I guess, human with, you know, human anatomy, but we can also apply that human anatomy, deform it into an actual orc. Orcs usually have the same, I guess, they have the same facial structure, they just have different proportions. So we can, I'll show what the normal proportions, I guess, for a human would be, and then we can change them to make them more orc-like. Like the nose, for example, is a little bit different compared to a human. So, of course, before we begin, or usually before I begin any sketches, or not sketches, before I begin any sculpts, what I do is I collect some reference, whether that is for, you know, for humans, for animals, or whatever. It is always advantageous and good to have some references, whether that is with, I guess, like a you know, a 3D real life, hold on, reference, like this dude right here. Look at him. He's more like a full body reference, but you can also see his face, like the facial. Can you see that? Look at him, the facial, you know, facial structure. What you can also use is your own face by, for example, having a mirror. It is especially helpful if you want to do facial expressions. Let's see, look at this nice mirror we have here. That's for looking at myself, for example, kind of seeing how my face moves for different facial expressions, or also to kind of just see the structure of the face, which you can then apply to your sculpt in your in Blender. Or of course, you just look for images online, which we're going to do real quick. I want to grab some references for female orc characters. It shouldn't take too long. My usual source for reference images would be Pinterest. Hold on, I'm gonna make a new folder, which will be female orc. There you go. Material. There you go. Even if you're a noob, references are always a good idea. Whether you're a pro or a noob is always a good idea. I saw a video before of somebody comparing him doing a sculpt of a monkey with and then without, no, without first and then with reference. Of course, the one with reference looked way better than the one without, which isn't really copying, it's just, you know, making sure that all the proportions are right. You can't really, I guess, keep everything perfectly in mind, so having references is always helpful. So I'm gonna look for female orc. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna have to make sure that there's no, you know. So I'm gonna select a few before I go over them, just because I want to make sure that there's nothing, I guess, nude in here. Maybe this one. Oh, that's quite small. Wait, is that actually so small? Nope. There you go. Okay, so yeah, what I'm looking for is basically that is especially helpful if you create realistic characters, or if you want to create likeness sculpts. Likeness sculpts, the most important aspect of likeness sculpts is that you find good references of the character from the character that you want to, you know, recreate in 3D. If it's, you know, celebrities, for example, you want to make sure that the focal length they use for the cameras, or that the face in itself isn't distorted, because if you have a very short focal length, it can be that the nose looks way bigger than it actually is. The lower the focal length, the closer you go, you get to, you know, a fisheye lens. That is basically the effect that you would see if you decrease the focal length. So I have one right here. I'm gonna select, maybe I'm gonna collect a few just as I guess inspirations and references, and then we can go straight into it. I basically, I guess, freestyle my structure when it comes to the facial structure, and then I use these references more for stuff like aesthetics, like the hair, or details like scars or whatever, not really for the overall structure itself. I already have a pretty good idea on what I want to do for that. This one, let's grab this one as well. There you go. Let's grab maybe one more. I have 3 now. Let's grab one more. This one. I actually have 2. I found 2 at the same time. This one is actually from Blizzard, I think. Of course, they do cinematics where they also include female orcs. There you go. No, I don't really use references in Blender. I have my external, I guess, reference sheet that I use. There's a program that is called, what is it called? PureRef. PureRef. That is very helpful if you wanna, you know, have reference next to you when you sculpt or when you know, draw or whatever. Okay. So, which is what I'm going to show you in a second. So, I've grabbed a few references. Let's go over them. There you go. So, the main references, the main thing that I was looking for was not really the overall, I guess, how I don't want to copy one of these. I only really want to do some, I guess, research on what a female orc might look like, you know, different ideas, like, oh, you know, this huge mane, these insanely long hair and huge, you know, hair, these pointy ears, or for example, like the nose difference between this one and this one is quite big. This one is a quite flat nose, pretty high up. The other one is more similar to a human nose, but still quite orc-like, or stuff like the aesthetic in itself. This one is, I think, more like a female, you know, like a female human face. This one is, this one is more like a more, you know, monstery, ogre-like facial structure. So these ones are basically just inspirations on how you could construct a female orc, so that I can kind of have some ideas how I could create mine. And then once I have these references, I have my good old pure ref, which we can open right there. It takes a little bit to load. It probably has some references from the last model. There you go. New scene. So this is my reference sheet. You can make it bigger and smaller and all that stuff. And I can basically just, this is basically a window that will always be on top of every other window. So if I go in Blender, you can see it is still on top of Blender. That is basically my reference is always where the chat is, right there. Yeah, now we have this basically just this board where you can drop in any images. So I just select all of them, put them in there, and there you go. We have all of them in there. And then we can not only, or I can not only, you know, move them or rearrange them, I can also make them smaller, I can mirror them, I can rotate them, whatever I need to make them, I guess, as easily accessible as possible. So I'm just going to quickly put them next to each other, and then we can start. There you go. Very easy. So I'm going to put that, oh actually no, if I make this very small, like this, then I actually need to put them on top of each other. Of course, we're going to make mainly the face, so we don't really need these full body sketches necessarily, but they're still a good reference for accessories or all that stuff. So I'm still going to keep them. There you go. Okay, perfect. There you go. And then of course I can always zoom in on one of them if I want to go a little bit more, investigate a little bit more. There you go. Okay. So now that we have the references, let's go back to Blender and let's begin the sculpting part. So I always start off of a sphere. You can probably also use a cube and apply a few subdivision levels on it. So you know you could grab not a plane, a cube, and then you could go in here and use a subdivision surface and just increase the levels to create a a semi-sphere as well. But what I usually do is I use a sphere just because it's immediately round and I don't really have to apply any subdivisions or whatever. So then once I have that is my standard scene in Blender now. We can go into the Sculpting tab. There's nothing we have to set in here. We can just switch from the Layout tab up here to the Sculpting tab, and then we have a different layout. These layouts, I think I've set up, these are custom layouts. One window down here is basically for the sculpt to have a different perspective. That is the camera perspective down here. Then I have my work window, my 3D window, and then I also have one more window for something else, like like a reference image. Maybe we could use one of them. Let's use this one. We could put that in there as reference, or I could change that to shaders or whatever I need. So this one is basically just pretty open to whatever I need. I mainly use it for stuff like references. And then we're almost done. We can almost start with the sculpt. We can maybe go over what I set in terms of settings to begin sculpting, and set everything up the proper way for me to make it easier for myself. So first of all, the brush settings don't really matter that much. I guess the only really setting that I change in terms of the brush settings in the beginning would be this setting right here. In the radius setting, there's this size pressure setting. I use a graphics tablet, which is first of all, I guess, more intuitive for me because it's similar to drawing, and I can just draw on this sphere. I don't really use a mouse. I use a graphics tablet. And the graphics tablet has one more aspect to it, which is pressure sensitivity. So I can decide how much pressure I want to apply to the pad or the pen, which means also that I will create more strength, or I apply more strength to the brush that I currently use in Blender, which is the strength setting right here. If you have it highlighted in blue, this icon right here, then the pressure sensitivity is applied. I don't want to have it on the radius though. If I have it on the radius, this circle that is right now, this cursor circle that is right now displayed, is not accurate anymore. Which means if I keep it applied, It could be, you know, I want to readjust the size of my cursor, but then if I have the radius applied and I don't apply enough pressure, it actually paints in less than what you can see as the cursor right now. So what I usually just do is I just deactivate it. There you go. So those are the settings for the clay strips brush, I guess. These aren't important just yet. We're going to go over them in a minute. What I want to do first is the general settings. So the general settings mean stuff like dynamic topology. Of course, dynamic topology is the most important part is, of course, if you want to shape this into a character, you can't really just work with the sphere. It'll be very stretchy, it'll be very hard to really create a full face. So what you need is dynamic topology. Dynamic topology basically retopologizes where you sculpt. So if I now sculpt on here, you can see it creates new geometry. We can probably see it better in wireframe. So this is the basic sphere topology. If I now paint on here, you can see it changes the geometry. It basically retopologizes it so that you can change the shape into whatever you need. This way you can create like a full body without stretching out the geometry too much, because there's got to be new geometry that you basically stretch out or add to the sphere. I don't use the relative detail though. Relative detail might be a little bit more easy to understand in the beginning, but in my opinion, relative detail is contradictory to how the sculpting workflow, at least that I work with, it is contradictory to that. Relative detail basically means the further away you are from a model, the lower the resolution of the geometry, basically, that you add to the sphere. The closer you are, the more resolution there is. See how much more resolution this is? If I go further, you can see it's way bigger. If I even paint over this detailed or high resolution blob right here, it's just going to remove it again. So the further you are away from the actual sculpt that you're sculpting on, the lower the resolution is. I don't like the setting, because if you, for example, go in here and, you know, put in a crease right here, and then you decide, oh, I want to actually adjust, you know, this part right here. Then you go in here, you go a little bit further away because you want to see more of the sculpt. Okay, let's adjust it, and oh, the detail is gone again. How bad. That would be a shame. There would be an option that where this doesn't really happen. This detailing method for dynamic topology basically has the strategy in mind: put in detail whenever you need or whenever you want, or put in as much detail as you need whenever you need it. I like it more to set it to constant detail. Constant detail basically has the idea you always, no matter from where you sculpt, always apply the same resolution to this geometry. Right now it's set to 3. I usually start with 20. There you go. That is, in my opinion, a good geometry resolution to start. Now you can see it is immediately more than what we had before. Look at that. The good thing about this one is you don't need to be close to the sculpt to add this level of detail. You can be very, very far away and you still add the exact same amount of detail to the sculpt. So the way I work is to start off very rough with low resolution and then add more and more resolution, basically increase the dynamic topology resolution higher and higher to add more and more detail, which is basically the workflow that I follow, from very rough to very detailed. And that is also what the constant detail workflow basically is, or the constant detail, I guess, strategy, because you can just increase more and more and more the resolution. So those are the settings that I use for dynamic topology. We also need one more setting ticked, which is the symmetry. Of course, if you do a face, usually faces are very symmetrical. They have slight variations in that they have slight asymmetries, but it is usually better to start off with a symmetrical face, and then afterwards, once you're basically done with the face structure overall, then you can use a few brushes to push and pull some of the eye. You can probably push and pull to kind of give it some asymmetry once you are done with the face overall. So we apply symmetry as well, and those are basically all the settings that we need for now. Let's go over the brushes that I use. I have basically 5 brushes that I use for all my sculpts. There's no exception. Those are all the brushes that I ever need, or maybe let's say 6. So the first one being the main sculpting tool, the clay strips brush. You can see it right here. The clay strips brush basically adds more volume, adds more geometry, and see, it creates more volume. It adds more volume to the surface of the sculpt. This is useful for, I don't know, adding a nose or whatever, like adding a nose to a character, or going in, creating eyes, whatever it is. That is the main tool that I use to create my sculpts. You can not only use this to add, general volume, you can also use this to create some structure, or, some texture. By doing it like this, you can create some fur, for example. So it has multiple different ways, or multiple different use cases where this clay strips brush is useful. There are a few more brushes that basically add more volume to the surface, but in my opinion, this one's the best one in terms of its usability. There's stuff like the what is this one? The Sculpt Draw brush, and a few more. But in my opinion, the clay strips brush is the most versatile one, so that's why I use it. The next one would be the complementary brush to the clay strips brush. That's the icon right there. The next one would be the crease brush. The crease brush is basically a complementary to the clay strips brush in the sense that it creates a crease. So, just hold on. We need to re-enable dynamic topology. Oh, come on. There you go. It creates a crease. That is very helpful if you want to detail some stuff. Like you want to create some nice sharp edges on the eyebrows, for example, or on the eyelids. That's what you want to use this crease brush for. Or you want to dig into something. You want to create a crease, like a fold or a wrinkle. That's what you would use for. That's why you would use the crease brush. Every brush has a secondary function. I don't even know if there's a clay strip. Oh yeah, of course. Every brush has 2 ways to use it. Either you add volume or you remove volume. The standard setting for the clay strip brush, by not pressing anything except for applying the brush, would be to add volume. If you hold Control and then you use the brush, you remove the volume. There are always 2 functions to every brush. That also counts for the crease brush. You can either create a crease, or you can create this, sharp edge, this pinch, as your secondary function while holding Control. So this one is not holding Control, this one is holding Control. It is very, I call it complementary to the clay strips brush, just because it is kind of hard to create sharp edges with the clay strips brush. So one use case for the crease brush would, for example, be to create nice sharp edges over here, or maybe even create a nice sharp edge right there. That's one use case for the crease brush. Another one would be, for example, like creating wrinkles or all sorts of other stuff. Okay, the next one would be number 3, the grab brush, which is this icon right there. The grab brush is basically just there to adjust the shape or the sculpt in small ways, like pushing and pulling small portions of the sculpt. Like you want to move the eye a little bit lower, you want to move the nose a little bit higher. That's where you would use the grab brush. The grab brush, even if dynamic topology is enabled, will not change or retopologize the mesh. It will always keep out what we already have. There's another brush that I use that retopologize what we have. So the grab brush is basically just to kind of push and pull and adjust the sculpt itself. That's all it does. I don't know if you get what happens if you press Control. Gone. Nothing. Okay, well, okay. There's no control function on this. So that's the grab brush number 3. Then we have number 4 out of 6, which is the mask brush. The mask brush is basically there to create a mask and basically select vertices or parts of your sculpt that will not be affected by any other brushes. So if you now, for example, paint this surface black, and then you switch to your clay strips brush, for example, and you want to add more volume, you can see what happens. Everything will be affected except for this black part. You have a slight gradient right here. That's why some of this will be affected, but you can see nothing on the inside of this black part, this marked part, will be affected. That is what the mask brush basically does. You create areas that will not be affected by any other brushes. The good thing about this one is that you can create ears very easily with this one. So you can first of all paint a shape, and then you can press Ctrl I to invert the shape so that you have what you've marked before will be changeable and everything else will not be changeable. And then you can change this part in here and everything else will stay the same. Oh, or you can invert it again. And that's basically the mask brush. You can also add or remove. Add is by not holding Control. If you hold Control, you remove parts of this selection. If you want to remove the whole mask, you can press Control Alt M. There you go. And then there's the fifth brush that I use, which is the snake hook brush. The snake hook brush is similar to the grab brush, like this one, woo, except for that it adds or retopologizes the geometry. Similar to the clay strips brush, it basically adds more geometry, of course, depending on how high you've set the dynamic topology. Which means if I now grab this, and I could do stuff like this, you see how it adds more geometry right here? That is not the case with the grab brush. With the grab brush, what would happen if I do the same motion? Nothing. So they have two different functions. The grab brush, the snake hook brush is more used for extending the sculpt. Basically, for example, creating ears like this, or horns, which you can't really do with the grab brush. It basically pulls out more geometry. It stretches it out. The grab brush is more there to move, push and pull, not really to add more or extend the sculpt. So that's why you would use the snake hook brush. We're going to use all these brushes in the workflow anyway. So I'm going to show you a better use case later. Oh, there you go. Okay, and then there's one more brush that is probably the second most important brush, I would say, or another complementary brush to the clay strips brush, which would be the smooth brush. You could either find it here in the selection, I think it's this one, yeah, or you can also, doesn't matter which brush you use, you can also press Shift, hold Shift, and then use the brush again, and you smooth what you've previously added or removed with your brush. It doesn't matter if I have the clay strip selected, I have the crease brush selected. It doesn't matter which brush I use. If I hold Shift, I will always switch to the smooth brush and can smooth out what I've basically can smooth out the surface or the sculpt, which is especially helpful if you want to create a smooth surface. You want to create some, I don't know, frog eyes. There you go. We have some nice frog eyes. Oh, they're pretty rough looking. Let's use the smooth brush and make them smoother. So that's a very quick way to smooth everything out. And those are basically all the brushes that I use. Let's go over them again, just quickly recap. We have the clay strips brush, number 1. We have the crease brush, number 2. That's the clay strips brush. We have the grab brush to kind of adjust, pull and pull, push and pull. We have the mask brush to exclude parts of the sculpt from any transformations. We have the snake hook brush to extend this the sculpt, and we have the smooth brush by holding Shift while having any other brush. There you go. And that's basically all the sculpts that all the brushes that you ever need. Everything else that you have here is just more, I guess, more niche. I've probably never used this, basically never. This one I don't even know. Flatten, no. Maybe the crease, the pinch brush is useful sometimes, but everything else isn't really that necessary. You can basically create the same effect with the tools that I've just showed you. Okay, So now that we have the basics of all the sculpt settings and the brushes that I use, let's begin with the model, the face. As I said before, the basic workflow is starting the scrape brush. What is the scrape brush? Is that this? Oh, hold on. Scrape. Oh, you mean when you... Isn't that when you create some sort of surface and then you grab this? Yeah, no. I don't really use that. I could also just, I guess, you know, create this and then use the smooth brush to do the same. See? It's not really that different, so I just use the smooth brush. Yeah, some of them, I don't know, seem kind of redundant to me. Okay. So, let's begin with the face. My workflow, or basically, I guess, everything that I do, I begin very rough and then add more and more detail as I go. So, what does a face look like? If you break it down into two simple shapes, it's basically a sphere for the upper head, and then a, I guess, cube for the bottom half. So what I do to create the very, very simple face shape is I use my snake hook to extend the sculpt, and then I just grab the lower, or maybe even the this part here, right underneath the middle of the sculpt. I mean the ball, the sphere, and I just pull it down. This is basically, you can kind of determine how long the face should be. Of course, you can adjust it later as well. And of course, the face has this profile going forward like this, and then going back in. You can see my nose is the furthest out. My forehead is, you know, like this. And then you have the same on this direction. So you have like a triangle. This one doesn't look like a triangle. So what we have to do is we have to grab the chin and pull it back just a little bit like this. And there you go. We have the I guess profile view done. Of course, the jaw is too thin right now. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna pull it out. There you go. And we're also gonna pull it back a little bit. There you go. So that's the basic beginning. Oh, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Hope you enjoy the rest of your stream, So that's the basic head shape. We can also make it a little bit thinner, depending on, of course, what kind of head shape you want to do. I usually make them quite, you know, just a little bit thinner. There you go. Okay, and then I do two things to finish the basic final head shape. I use my clay strips brush and I dig in right here. Maybe even a little deeper. Oh, one more thing that I want to change is usually the jaw isn't just going straight up. It is actually going down and then forward. So we're going to pull this down just a little bit like this. Okay, we can of course change these shapes later. I will also move all of this a little bit higher. Usually you don't have a perfect sphere up top. You have something more like this. And usually the jaw goes all the way to the middle of your head. So if you go from the front right here to the back, usually the ear and also the jaw are right in the middle of the face in profile view. So I'm going to move this jaw a little bit further back like there. Okay, so now that we have that, we can go start with the basics. Once we have the general shape, we now start from very low to very high. What I mean by that is usually if you create a face, it is good to start with the bones first, then you add the muscles, and then you add fat and skin afterwards. This way you can make sure that all the bone structure looks good. All the bone structure looks, you know, how it's supposed to be. Like it looks like a human skull basically. And then once you're sure that, you know, the bones look good, then you can add the muscles, like the jaw muscles, or, you know, the eyes and all that stuff. You can add that onto the bones, and then afterwards you can add the fat on top of it. That is basically the workflow that we use that I use for faces. So we first need the skull shape. I actually have a skull here, which is kind of stylized, I think, but you can kind of see the basic structure. Hold on, there you go. If we move it over here, we can see we have this. Hold on, here, right here, we have this hole, or kind of, you know, deeper pocket, and we have the same over here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna dig into here just a little bit, and we're gonna do the same over here. There There you go. Kind of looks like a biker helmet, but that is exactly what I needed, what I wanted. There you go. This way we immediately included, we brought in a forehead. This might be a little bit too thin, so we're gonna of course pull it out a little bit. Smooth it afterwards. There you go. Okay. I will also push this lower a little bit. There you go. Okay. So now we have not only a forehead, we also have a cheekbone, and we have the jaw. I want to pull the jaw a little bit higher, maybe over here. Okay. There you go. Of course, always doing some smaller adjustments. I want to define the jaw just a little bit by using the crease brush so I can see it better. There you go. Okay. Now that we have this, we have the cheekbone. Let's add the eyes. The eyes are roughly in the middle of the face. So if you look at her, for example, we can kind of estimate if this is the top of the head, this is the bottom of the head. Her eyes are roughly in the middle of the head. So that is what we're going to add here as well. We will first of all increase the strength of the brush to usually very high, just because if we do very rough shapes in the beginning, it is easier to do them with a very strong brush. So I'm going to set it maybe to 0.9 or even to 1, and then I place my eye sockets in the middle of the skull that we sculpt right now. So I'm going to do that now. There you go, roughly over there. If you want to do female characters, it might be helpful to put them a little bit lower than male characters. I'm going to just put them right in the middle. There you go. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to grab the outer corner of the, what is it, the eye hole, I guess, and pull it just a little bit back like this. So now we have the eye hole. We also have the nose and the forehead. So the forehead usually is, you know, protruding more forward, and then you have this dip in for the nose bridge, and then your nose begins. Sometimes that I've seen on, you know, female people, for example, female characters or female or women or whatever, they don't really have this, you know, at least their forehead isn't as protruding, I guess, as mine. Sometimes it's quite smooth, but for this one I'm gonna move it down a little bit. So this is basically the beginning of the bridge of the nose. There you go. Smooth it out just a little bit, and then we are missing one more thing. Hold on, I want to make this a little bit bigger. Oh, there you go. Then what we also have is the forehead. The forehead right now is too thin, so what we can do is we can just add a little bit more geometry over here. There you go. And we also create a nice triangle over here that goes back like this. Smooth everything out, and then you have a nice forehead. This is of course still a sketch, not the finished version, but this is a good beginning. So now that we have that, what we lose kind of is the cheekbone. So we bring back the cheekbone. You can see very strong cheekbones on her right there. These ones we want to bring back. You can also see them in the skull right there. Hold on, right there. That's the cheekbone that we want to bring back. So what we basically just do is we add some more geometry over here that goes all the way back to the ear that we're going to add later. There you go. Just a little bit more. There you go. Smooth it out. Doesn't have to be perfect just yet. We can still adjust it, like pull it out, pull it in, whatever. There you go. Okay. So now that we have that, let's go into the next step. Let's add the nose and the mouth. The basic shape that I do to basically just line out, or you know, outline the nose and the mouth is I start from the eye right here, I go down, I go in, and then I go back out and go in again to have not only the nose but also the mouth part. There you go. Maybe we can go even deeper like this. There you go, because this will be the skull first. There you go. So this way we not only have a mouth part, we also have a chin part, and we have the nose part. The nose is still missing some volume right there in the front, but that is basically what you have in the skull. You don't really have a nose in the skull in the front right here. You have just this hole right there. That is because this front part of the nose is not really bone. It is just, I guess, tissue, like you know, yeah, just basically tissue, which we're gonna add later. As I said before, we want to do the bone structure first. So by using the crease brush, we can kind of make it a little bit more distinct right there. There you go. Okay, then I want to make sure that everything looks kind of right. Okay, we can maybe move this higher a little bit. Okay. There you go. So now that we have a very, very basic skull shape, of course, if you want to kind of practice this, it might be good to start with like sculpting like an actual skull, not only this basic, I guess, broken down skull shape, just because this way you can, first of all, kind of get to know the workflow, or kind of, you know, you can learn the proportions a little bit better, how the bone, the facial bones are constructed, where the you know, where how this looks like the forehead, or the cheekbone where it's placed, or where the jaw goes. All of that you can practice by just sculpting skulls, for example. And once you kind of are comfortable with sculpting skulls and you kind of know what the structure looks like, then you can do this, you know, just making a very, very simple skull shape. Not really like a fully developed skull. That is not really what we want to do here. This will just serve as the general bone structure. Okay, there you go. Now, let's add some muscles. First of all, I'm gonna add the nose. The nose is pretty simple. I'm just gonna use my snake hook brush and pull out a little bit of the nose. There you go, just a very, very general shape, like this. I'm gonna separate the nose from the mouth a little bit more with the crease brush. There you go. And then we also have the mouth. The mouth, we have different variations here. This one's pretty small, this one's pretty small as well. We have a more wide mouth here. This one's pretty wide as well. And this one's, I think this is, yeah, that's pretty small. If I want to do a more female, I guess, orc, this is, I guess, a mix between the two. So I would say, I mean, we could just begin, I guess, by creating just a general mouth, I guess. Which means I'll go in here and just use the crease brush to create a general mouth shape. You can see it perfectly uses this volume right here to have some lips as well. We just pull them out just a little bit like this. Pull them, make them wider a little bit. I can probably also pull the lips a little bit lower. Not too much though. Looks kind of like a clown right now, but we're going to change that later. The general shape would be that, yeah, let's talk about the general shape later. I'm just gonna put in some more detail right here. Okay, perfect. Okay, now I'm gonna make sure that, you know, the facial proportions look good. Overall, the face. I think I want to make the nose a little bit shorter, so I can just go in here and crease, push down this volume, maybe pull it up a little bit. There you go. Okay, perfect. There you go, kind of, you know, making it, giving it some character. I don't want to make the box standard skull. I actually want to make an orc skull. That's why I, yeah, change the, I guess, change the proportions away from the standard skull shape. There you go. Okay, so now that we have that, we can bring in the eyes. That's what I usually do once I have the skull and the nose in. I grab some eyes. For me, I like to separate the eyes from the rest of the skull, the sculpt, just because it's easier then afterwards to apply some materials to it. Separating the eyes from the sculpt will not only make that easier, but you can also rig the, you know, the character's eyes later, which you can't really do if you include them into the sculpt. So I'm gonna quickly append the eyes that I have. I've created some, you know, some, I guess, some base mesh eyes, which in their structure are pretty simple. They just have some, I guess, more complex materials on them to make them look like actual eyes. There you go. Base mesh eye. Collection eyes. If you want to begin, you can also just use a sphere. The only difference between these eyes and, you know, a usual sphere is that they have this bump in the front. That is basically the shape of the eye, a sphere, and then this bump in the front with, I guess, optimized geometry in the front. But if you just, you know, want to have some standard eyes, you can also just grab a sphere. So once we have the eye, let's put them into the face. First of all, I want to do a few adjustments though. I see that the nose is quite low, or the face itself is quite low. So I'm going to pull this just a little bit higher. There you go. I think she was kind of rotated down, so I'm going to do that real quick. There you go. Okay. Also, we have a very protruding forehead, so I'm going to smooth that out just a little bit. There you go. Okay, let's talk about the eyes. So the eyes have a pretty simple rule in terms of how big they're supposed to be. Of course, they vary kind of course, for every character. That is what they, you know, that's another characteristic of a character. The size of the eye, not only for, I guess, you know, Disney characters or stuff like that, but also for real life people. People have different sizes of eyes, or different sizes of eyes. But the general rule would be 7 eyes next to each other would make the width of the head. We can very easily do that by just using an array modifier. There you go. Stacking them next to each other and setting this to 7. Did I say 5 or 7? It was 7. Then we can go into the front view by just going and pressing 7 on the numpad, which is the orthographic front view. I think, no, 1. There you go. I think it's also view. What is it? Align view? No. There it is. Front. There you go. That's the front view. And then you can kind of place it right here. Scale it up all the way so that all these 7 kind of fill up the width of the skull. What I kind of discovered, or what usually in the workflow happens, is that the skull gets smaller and smaller the more adjustments you do. So what I usually do is I kind of make the eyes just a little bit smaller than actually the width of the skull. Like this, maybe. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Once we have that, we can remove the array modifier again. Now we have the size of the eye. Next up comes, we need of course 2. And because the face is symmetrized, it is symmetrical, we can use a mirror modifier to mirror this eye to the other side as well. And we can use the sculpt as the mirror object. There you go. Now by moving this, we can see the eye is always symmetrical on both sides. Now we're going to place it in the face. There you go. It is kind of underneath the start of the bridge of the nose, and it's, in terms of the iris, roughly at the outer corner of the mouth, like over here somewhere. Maybe a little bit closer, but that is usually the position of the eye. There you go. Maybe a little bit higher. There you go. Okay. So now that we have that, let's go back to... Oh, before we do that, I want to push these in further. Maybe over here. Quite deep into the skull. Like this. Okay, let's go back to the sculpting. And what I want to do is I want to do a few adjustments. The forehead, first of all, is too far forward, so I'm going to pull it back a little bit. This is where the grab brush comes in. These small adjustments are just easier to do when you use the grab brush. Smoothing it maybe a little bit. There you go. Okay. What is important to have in the, or I guess the basic facial structure from up front is this triangle right here, or this, you know, this part right here. You have these, this, I guess the outer part of the eye goes in from the cheekbone, then goes in the middle right there, and then you have the cheekbones that go in here, and then you go out a little bit, and then you have the jaw. That is the basic facial structure. Going from the side, you have, you know, this cheekbone goes out, and then this goes out as well, and then you get this one goes out as well. That is the basic facial structure drawn in. Okay, so now that we have the eyes, we can start adding muscles if we are content with the facial bone structure. Let me just do a few adjustments. Usually the skull is kind of squished, I guess, in its shape. The upper part, the sphere basically. There you go, okay. I'm gonna smooth this out a little bit more. Okay. There you go. So, what you can also see, and from the front, the back part of the skull is usually always wider than the front of the skull. So you have this trapezius shape, I guess, like this. This is, you know, shorter, this length, than this one here. So that's something more to keep in mind. Okay, let's add some muscles now. The first muscles that I'm going to add are here at the jaw. The muscles that basically open and close your mouth are right here, coming from the end of the jaw and going up to the cheekbone, like this. Basically just creating some more volume in here. There you go. You also have some muscles going from the cheekbone. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up a little bit more. There you go. Going up from the cheekbone to the corner of the mouth. The same going down here. These ones are more detail, I guess, muscles. But they're still important in the overall sculpt. There you go. And then I guess the most important muscles are for the eyelids. We're just going to basically paint over or sculpt over the eyes. I need to bring back dynamic topology. Every time you go out of sculpt mode, you need to re-enable dynamic topology once you go back in. There you go. Those are the eyelids. And then we can smooth it out just a little bit. And then we can use the crease brush to create some very, very rough, I guess, openings. We can increase the strength a little bit to make it easier. There you go. Looks kind of like he has some allergies, but that's just how it looks in the beginning. Usually this part in here inside is very deep, which means we need to push the inner corner of the eye just a little bit further into the head, like this, which also means we have to kind of adjust the shape right here, but we're going to adjust that later anyway. There you go. Okay. Next up, let's I guess the lips don't really, you know, we don't have that much geometry to really refine them. We can maybe give them just a little bit more structure here, creating this middle part. Maybe adjusting the chin just a little bit. The chin has a pretty simple, I guess, shape. First of all, it's a little bit deeper under here, and then you have this shape going out like this. This sort of, I don't even know what you call it. That's the shape that you have. Basically going from the inside of here, going all the way around, and then back together. That's what it looks like. Looks kind of weird, but yeah, that's the general shape of the chin. Of course, if it's more like a female character, maybe we could maybe make it a little bit more delicate, smoothing it out more. But if it's like an orc, of course, it's more like a brute and more, I guess, maybe not manly, but more very strong features. Maybe we even keep this very strong chin. We'll see. Okay, perfect. So now that we have that, let's kind of adjust the shape a little bit. There you go. Next up, let's add the eyes. Chin looking kind of sus. Okay, let's add, and not the eyes, the ear. The ear is pretty simple. The ear, the top of the ear starts horizontally to the outer corner of the eye, so roughly over here, like over here. And then the lower part, or the lower corner of the ear, starts where horizontally to the beginning of the nose, so roughly over here, right there. There you go. What I usually do, I create this hat shape. There you go. And then I invert this and use my what is it called, the snake hook brush, to pull out ears. Of course, it seems like orcs have quite long ears, so they're not going to look like completely like human ears, but pretty similar. They're basically just, I guess, pulled out more. They're just stretched out more. What I'm doing for the ears though, I'm going to remove dynamic topology. I've recently discovered that it's just easier to pull them out without dynamic topology and then adding it back in once we have the ear shape. So now that we have the selection right here, we can just pull out the ear. Of course, for a human shape, what you would do is we could just pull it out like this. There you go. And then push it down, and that's the basic human ear shape. For an orc, you would pull this just a little bit longer. There you go. Like this. So it looks very stretched because it is very stretched, because we have disabled dynamic topology. Now that we have the general structure of the ear, we can bring back dynamic topology. The problem is this geometry is very thin, which means that if we now go in here and just use the clay strip brush to add some more volume, you can see what happens. It affects both sides of the geometry. That is because the brush is, of course, three-dimensional. It is not just like a plane, it is actually three-dimensional like a sphere. And because the brush is so big, it also affects the other side of this geometry. To avoid that, we can go into advanced settings and enable front faces only. There you go. Now the faces that we see will be affected, the ones that we don't see will not be affected. So now we can just sculpt in here, and this side will still stay the same. What I do here basically just now is I want to remove this stretched geometry by just tapping over it and using the function of dynamic topology to retopologize this very, very stretched structure. So we have a very, very unstretched structure. There you go. I also want to add some more volume, so I'm just going to go in here and paint it in some more. Paint it in, sculpt it in. There you go. Very, very rough, of course. I'm also going to give this side a little bit more volume. There you go. And then, of course, if it's getting too small, we can just use the grab brush or the snake hook brush to give it some more shape again. Make it bigger, pull it out more. There you go. Okay. What's your question, Jordan? That's basically the ear. We could maybe make it a little bit wider. It's quite thin. One thing that we need to do is we need to add here a little bit more volume to connect the ear to the head. If you look at an ear, of course it goes in, which means, you know, it needs some more place back here as well, so that it actually can go in. I don't know, that was probably a bad description, but if you look at an ear, it has this round shape at the back. There you go. Then of course we have the, what is it called? The earlobe as well. Depending on your character either has earlobes or they're kind of connected to the jaw. Just depends on what you want to give them. We could maybe connect them actually, like this. There you go. Why do girls rub their eyes when they wake up? I don't know, because they forgot to remove their makeup. I don't know. Okay. So we can probably also add the very, very basic ear structure. So for a human ear, if we remove this geometry right here, this is basically the human ear shape. The human ear shape in itself is basically a C and a Y. A C on the outside and a Y on the inside. So the C basically going from here all the way around, not going full on to the earlobe, but staying in front of the earlobe like this. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, there you go. And then it goes in like this. And then you also have this weird small little thingy there on the ear. You know, this thing right there. That's why what this is supposed to be. So you have this C, or this, I guess, pretzel shape and then you need to go in to the ear like this, make it a little bit deeper, especially here. That is the deepest part down here. And then you have the Y shape on the inside. The Y shape, we kind of have to carve it out first. This part is also pretty deep. And then the Y shape, of course, we have a quite a rough or quite a low resolution, which means there isn't that much detail we can add right now. But the Y shape is basically, or let's go in. This is the C shape right here. Hold on. Oh, hello. This is the oh, come on. This is the C shape, and this is the Y shape right here on the inside. This right there. This is the Y shape. This is the C shape. We're gonna add some more detail to the ears later, so we can see these two shapes better. If you want to adjust this ear, this human ear, to a an orc ear, we would just pull this part a little bit further out. So I'm just gonna do that real quick. There you go. And this one goes out as well. There you go. Of course we're going, it looks very rough because it is, because we're gonna add more detail later. There you go. Okay, so let's add some more detail here. So first things first, one more thing that we need to add are some muscles over here into this hole to fill this up a little bit. There you go. Smooth it out. Smooth this out maybe as well. There you go. Now it already looks more like a human. Less like a skull. Or less like handsome Squidward. Yeah, I've already read it. I mean, that's kind of true. Okay. There you go. So now that we have the general or very rough bone structure, and then on top the very rough muscle structure, the next part would be the very rough what is it called? They have no balls to scratch. Why do girls rub their eyes when they wake up? They have no balls to scratch. So the next part would be we add the fat on top of it, the fat and skin. I want to make this just a little bit thinner right here. There you go. So the next part would be the fat and skin. The most prominent fat and skin pads would be the one that you see the most for when somebody smiles, for example, which comes from the nose right here and goes all the way down over the cheekbone right here, like this, and then down right next to the mouth. There you go. It goes all the way from the nose to, or at least, above the nostril right here, like this, down to next to the mouth right there. The next one would be just to smooth out the cheekbone just a little bit. There are these smaller fat pads on the side like this. We also can maybe add a little bit more over here. There you go. The most, I guess, important one to make this look like an actual human would probably be the one over the eyelids. The one that is right here. If we add this, it'll immediately look more like a character, like a human. If you add this, there you go. This one goes from over the eyelid, right here, all the way to the inside right there. It stops right in the corner right there. Oh. So let's paint or sculpt that in very roughly. This is the outer part, and then this one is the inner part. This is also why older people usually have this second layer over their eyelids hanging, because the skin gets kind of looser the older you get, and then this fat pad kind of hangs down over the actual eyelid. Okay, oh, welcome back to James. You woke up late today. You missed the first part of how the realistic character sculpting workflow. How could you? Okay, so now that we have that, it looks immediately more like a human. We can add one more that is also pretty important, which is right underneath this eyelid, right here. That goes right under here, like this, and then goes just slightly in to the corner as well, not too far. Let's separate the eyelid from the fat pad right there. There you go. You can see it gets pretty blocky. That is because the geometry is quite low. But look at that, it immediately looks more like a human. Okay, so, oh, welcome Bronak. Didn't see that, sorry. Welcome back as well. Hope you, maybe you've learned something new today. Maybe you've met somebody new today. Doesn't matter what it is. Hope you enjoyed your day. Okay, there you go. So now that we have ears, we have the bone structure underneath, we have the muscle structure on top, and then we have the fat on top of everything else. There's one more fat pad that is very small, that is actually a big characteristic of, I guess, human faces, that is forgotten very often, which is the one that you can see right on the corner of the mouth, right here. If we add that, it should always just make this character look a little bit more natural. The biggest difference, or the biggest problem right now, is just the geometry size. We don't have that much geometry, which kind of makes it hard to see. There's this corner, you know, right there on the corner of your mouth, this small little fat pad. Female characters don't really have it that much, but it's still a good option, or a good thing to add to any character, just because it adds a certain realism to the character. If you want to go for a realistic character, you should always at least add what is in the face, even if it's very, very subtle. You can always just smooth it down like this. If you want to make it smoother, you can just, you know, see it. This looks already way more female. Females usually have more fat pads, which is why their faces look smoother, because the fat kind of melts into all the rigid structures of the faces, like the bones and the muscles, which makes these faces just look more smoother. What's your question? Okay, so the next part that we're going to add now is the neck. We're going to do a bust, which means we need the neck as well. Otherwise it's just going to look weird, like a floating head. So let's do that now. The neck basically starts right where the jaw begins, and then goes all the way back right there, roughly. There you go. Good thing is, in our workflow, we're still in the rough part, which means we can still do big adjustments if we need to. So this one, like, you know, like this, maybe even a little bit wider. There you go. That is the neck part. There you go. We invert this, so we have this part that we can move now. And then we grab the snake hook brush to extend the selection, and we create an S or an C shape. We first of all pull it forward, like this, and then we pull it back. We might have to adjust it a little bit. There you go. But that is the general neck shape that I sculpt. When I'm sculpting and go back to edit mode, all the nodes disappear. I see then when I turn on the X-ray. What do you mean with nodes? Oh yeah. Nodes don't really change the geometry. They, how do you describe this? They're like, I guess, they're like planned changes in geometry. So you can apply them, and they're gonna change the geometry of the base model. But if you go into edit mode, you basically hide all the modifiers, and you basically change the base mesh. If you haven't applied the modifiers yet, they're not going to change the base mesh geometry. So yeah, that is why you can't see them in edit mode. So if you add a subdivision modifier, for example, it is only applied on the in the layout mode, not in the edit mode. Okay. The joke was, why do girls scratch their eyes in the morning? Because they have no balls. Okay, let's continue. So now that we have the neck might be a little bit far back. Let's pull it forward just a little bit, like this. Okay. That's usually the neck shape, like this. Okay, if you've applied it, then you should be able to see them. They shouldn't, I guess, you know, go away, because then you've applied the modifier to the geometry. Okay, so now that we have the neck, let's add the shoulder part. The shoulder part is pretty simple. We just grab this bottom part here and pull it out. We use the snake hook brush again because we want to extend the sculpt. We pull it forward like this, and of course it gets quite slim, so we kind of have to pull it out more to create the chest, smoothing it every time and basically creating a nice oval shape to create the neck. Okay. Have a good rest of your day, Jordan. Enjoy your night. God bless you too. Okay, so we're gonna create like a long oval basically. This is of course the rough beginning. We're gonna add more detail later. There you go. Okay, this is quite wide. Usually a good measurement on how wide shoulders are is if you look at a head. If you add, I think, one head more to the side, that is roughly how wide the shoulders are. So if you, I think it was one head, and then no, it wasn't a half head, it was one head. That is roughly how wide somebody is. So if you look at her, hold on, her head, if you put one to the side of her head, like you put 3 of her heads next to each other, you would have the width of her shoulders. So that's one more anatomy tip to keep in mind. Also, her neck looks quite wide, so I'm just gonna make it a little bit slimmer. There you go. I'm gonna pull this down as well, just to have some more room here. There you go. Do the same at the back. Okay. There you go. So that's the basic human, I guess, bust shape. I have to adjust a few things here to not make it too too big. There you go. This can be higher. Usually female characters have a longer neck. Let's keep it maybe over here. Usually also they have a quite less developed, I guess, neck right here. Okay. So let's add some more structure to the upper body. First of all, what we have the bone right here. This bone, this right there. What is it called again? Dude, I always know what it's called, but right now I can't remember. You can see it right here as well. This bone right there. We're gonna add it right now. The shape is pretty simple. You start right here, basically under right where her neck ends. Right here, roughly, you create this V shape, and then you go out like this. Yeah, the clavicle bone. And the clavicle bone goes all the way from the middle of the chest, basically, all the way to the middle of the shoulder right here. We have some loss of volume right here, so we're gonna add some more. There you go. Oh yeah, the collarbone, not the clavicle. Sorry. There you go. We also, the chest looks kind of flat, so I'm just gonna add some more volume right there. There you go. Okay, so now that we have the collarbone, let's adjust the neck muscles. First of all, we can see a very, stark cut right there. There's not really a good connection from the neck to the chin. We also have a massive chin, so let's adjust that. It doesn't really look that, I guess, female. So let's connect the neck actually to the head. First of all, we have the mouth. The mouth, if you look at mine, you can see it goes horizontal and then down. So let's add that as well. This one goes up right now, so we need some horizontal volume right here. We'll just add some more right there. Maybe a little bit more. There you go. We can maybe even pull this back a little bit. We can maybe make her neck a little bit longer if we want to. There you go. Kind of making her neck a little bit slimmer. Okay. Drawing, yeah. I think if you know, it's similar to, I guess you can always watch a drawing tutorial for sculpting as well. Both kind of, you know, need to know human anatomy, so both can kind of benefit off of each other, which is nice. Okay, there you go. Okay, let's add the muscles that are used for rotating your head. You can see them if I move it. You can see this one is stretched now, or contracted, or you know, it pulls this side closer to the middle. If I go over here, you can see the muscle goes, this one not contracts. Dude, I'm too dumb. But you have these two muscles that go up all the way to the ears. Let's sculpt those in. They basically connect to the collarbone, like here, right there. They go all the way up to right behind the ear right there, like this. That is where they are placed, right there. Of course, the bigger they are, the more masculine they look. So we're gonna smooth them out just a little bit, maybe make them even, put them closer, make them slimmer, like this. Okay. And then we also have the Adam's apple. Of course, everybody has an Adam's apple. Not only, you know, male or, you know, men, all of them, you know, you need them to speak. Only men have them more apparent, I guess, because their voice is deeper. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create this small little bump right here, which will go all the way down right here. This V shape basically, like this. We smooth it out. That's basically the next shape. I mean the Adam's apple. We can then also create this deeper part right here, which I don't really know why that is here, but that's just how it looks. we push in deeper right there, and there you go. That's the middle of the neck. We have the muscles right there. The tube muscle thingy, exactly. I want to make this a little bit more feminine, so I'm going to make the neck a little bit, I guess, slimmer. There you go. Push this further back. Maybe this one as well. Adjusting it. If we have a very rough sketch or very rough sculpt, we can still do these changes without a big struggle. Okay, there you go. Okay. Let's give this collarbone some more, I guess, volume. I also want to pull these shoulders up a little bit, like this. Okay. The collarbone is actually quite protruding from the, if you can see it right there. No, you can't, okay. It's quite far out, so we need some more volume right here, like this. We can also just pull it out, like this. There you go. Okay. Smooth it out. Let's do the neck muscles, the one in the back. The neck muscles are basically coming from up here. This is the if this is the spine right here. The neck muscles go from all the way up here, around, and then up here. They go start from here and then go all the way over here, back here, and then in again. So you have this shape right here. That is where the muscle is placed, the neck muscle, the trapezius. We're gonna do the bust, so the head and then, you know, the neck part and shoulders. Do keyboard keys, bottom left, can you see that actually? You can see it, but it's just very quickly. I just do these quick movements so you can't really see them. Axis snap with Alt, cancel. Oh yeah. Wait, can you? No. How can I activate that? Is that like an option? Okay. So we need some more volume on the neck. What we're gonna do is we're gonna first of all add some more volume over here, coming from over there, right there, going all the way around, and then up here. There you go. And this not only goes forward, but also like to the side, to the shoulder, and then all the way out like this. The trapezius doesn't end here, it actually goes lower, but of course we're doing a bust, so we don't need more than this. There you go. Okay, now we have this muscle right there, we can kind of smooth it out. Right there, we can also give it some more detail with the crease brush, kind of shape it a little bit better. And then this part is actually quite deep, just because we have these connecting muscles right here. There isn't really any big muscle here, so there's this deeper part right there. Look at this, there you go. This triangle kind of shape. Okay, let's bring the shoulders a little bit closer. I want to give these shoulders some volume as well, so I'm just going to pull out just a little bit more volume right here, like this. There you go. The collarbone, as I said before, actually goes into the middle of the shoulder, so roughly over here. Let's fix that right now. Like this more. Actually, it doesn't really go down necessarily, it goes more up. Like this. Okay. Okay, perfect. I'm going to keep it like this for now. We can give it some more detail, but I'm going to keep it like this for now. Okay. So one thing that kind of separates, I guess, male necks from female necks is that the development or the size of the neck, the trapezius, kind of gives it more, you know, it makes the neck stronger, which usually is attributed to, you know, like a more manly stature. So if you would add some more volume over here, it would look more like a male neck. You can see right here, this pyramid shape. Female characters usually have a very flat neck that goes like horizontal and then up. So they don't really have that big of a trapezius muscle. More like this maybe. They also usually have quite smooth necks like this. Okay. I actually want to push this a little bit forward, just a little bit. There you go. Okay, if you want to map out the muscle structure for the shoulders, it starts from roughly right here. Okay, well, that's kind of weird to see. Let's use my my good old dude here. So if you look at the shoulder, it starts right between the biceps and the triceps, right here in between. It goes forward and then up to the collarbone right there. Right there. Goes all the way down to the middle of the biceps and the triceps. And then it also goes all the way down, back, and then all the way up to the trapezius as well. Here you can see the trapezius going from the collarbone all the way back to the neck and to the head right there. And it also goes very, very far down, as you can see. That's all the triceps. The trapezius. This T shape, basically. Okay, let's sculpt in some, just give these shoulders some more definition. The shoulders actually go pretty far into the chest. So they actually go like all the way up here maybe. Then of course you have three sections of the muscle, of the shoulder. You have the front shoulder, you have the middle shoulder, and then you have the back shoulder. The front shoulder is more to do like the arm movement that goes like forward like this. You then have the middle shoulder that goes sideways, and then you have the one that goes back, basically. Can you see this? Like this. That is basically what your what the muscles look like, or what they do. You have like one part of the shoulder goes forward, one part of the shoulder goes horizontal, and one goes back. So the first part, the front shoulder, you can see right here, like this. The shoulder would probably be a little bit longer, but I'm going to keep it like this long. There you go. That's the front part. Then you have the middle part, like this. There's quite a small hole between the right here, this triangle, right there. You have the collarbone, then you have the middle shoulder, and then you have the front shoulder. here you have this small little hole actually. Just this small section between the two muscles. There you go. And then you have the back shoulder as well. That goes like this. That connects with the trapezius roughly over here. So you have the middle shoulder right here. This is the middle shoulder. This is the front shoulder, and then this is the back shoulder. Okay. Press N. N. What happened? N just opens this. Wait. Is there anything I can set here? What is this? No. View. I don't know. Is that maybe like a plugin? View? No. I don't know. I don't know how to activate it. Okay. So now that we have the basic muscle structure, we have the neck, we have the these muscles right there. No, there's no screencast. Nope, maybe that's a plugin. Okay, there you go. We have the neck, it looks quite wide. Also the shoulders are quite big, so I'm gonna make them just a little bit smaller. There you go. Okay. Let's go back to the head. Oh, we're already in the same sculpt, of course. Okay. Let's adjust the head a little bit. I want to make this a little bit thinner, so I'm going to pull this just in a little bit. There you go. So, now that we have the general face structure and we also have the neck, we can now go and add some detail. Now that we have basically finished everything that we need to set up, we can refine what we have by basically going into dynamic topology and increasing the resolution. We go from 20 resolution. Usually I go to 50. There you go. Hold on, let me see if it's an add-on. Oh, preferences. Oh, I'm gonna save real quick, otherwise no, I don't want to crash my program. Happened yesterday and shouldn't happen today. Okay, let's see. Preferences, add-ons, screen. No, there's nothing. Wait. Blender. Screencast keys. It's an add-on. Yep. Okay. Oh, hold on. Ah. Yeah, it's an downloadable add-on. I think right now it's quite low resolution, so this should also work on low-end PCs. Usually, female faces have a smaller jaw, so I'm just gonna make it a little bit smaller. The chin as well, just smooth it out. There you go. Kind of refining the fundamentals that we just said, and then we're ready to go. There you go. Okay. let's go into the next dimension by increasing the resolution, which I already did. So now if we go in and use the clay strip brush, we can see we have way more resolution. It is way smoother. So what I like to do is I like to decrease the strength all the way down to very low, maybe not 0, but maybe 0.6, 0.006 or whatever, to just bring in more geometry. And then I use the smooth brush to smooth everything. There you go. So now that everything is smooth, we can give it more detail. First of all, let's do the nose. The nose, I'm going to tell you the general, I guess, nose structure of a human first, and then I'm going to turn it into an orc nose, depending on what kind of orc nose I want to do. Okay, so first of all, let's do the human nose shape. So of course, you have the nostril on the side, right here, like this. Going in, this is like the tear shape, and then you have in the front this nub. This nub is of course variable for every character, but the general shape is basically going from here, being split in 2 parts, like this, and then going out, like this, and creating this shape. This double tear shape, basically going around this tear, the nostril, going down in here, and that is the shape that we have here. This so we have the nostril right there, like this, and then we have the nub in the front, basically 2 tear shapes going out around the bridge of the nose, like this. Then we have the bridge of the nose, which is basically just over here, like this. That's the bridge of the nose. We have some tissue before the bone starts. The bone starts roughly over here somewhere, like this. That is also why you have this bump on some noses. My nose has it as well, like this bump right there. Hold on, I like simplistic workflow. I'm gonna make my brushes hotkeys now too. Yeah, it's way better. You can basically just right click and then, what is it? Change shortcut, and then you can set your own. Yeah, so you have the nose bridge tissue, which then continues into the bone, that then of course goes into the rest of the face, which is why you sometimes on some characters have, sometimes the bone kind of goes higher, sometimes the bone goes deeper, and then you have a different, shape for the nose. That is how the structure of the nose looks. You have this right here, the nostril. You have this nub in the front that goes out, that gets split by the bridge of the nose, that is the tissue part. Then it connects to the bone part of the nose, which then goes into the rest of the head, the forehead basically. So now that we know the structure, let's make this actually, give this some character. First of all, of course, as always, we need the holes. The holes are pretty simple to do. They are basically also tears that kind of go in. I'm going to show you what I mean. The basic human nose shape is basically just, like this. They're quite far out and then they go in. So that you kind of have it something like this. It might be a little bit further out than I wanted to, but you have this triangle at the bottom right here, the base, that then goes very thin, and then it connects to the this nub right there, and it kind of, this is where you place the hole, I guess, of the nose. Okay, I'm not gonna do a fully flat nose. I'm gonna do like a mix between, so this is, I think, the blizzard version of a female orc. I have a few more references on the side, which I use for reference. So this is not going to be a fully flat, I guess, nose. But you can also see a the same general structure in this one as well, if you want to, paint in here real quick. Oh, you can see the nostril right there. Right there. Then you have the this nub right there. that goes all the way in here. You have the same on the other side, and then you have the bridge that connects to the bone, and there you go. So she has the same structure, and that is basically the perfect example on how you can customize a character. Not, for example, for the nose, you grab the general structure of the nose, and then you can change the proportions, how long they are, how big they are, to make the character unique. You could create like a small nub with big nostrils, or a big nub with small nostrils. You can all that stuff to make the character a unique character, basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn this, I guess, human-like nose. Hold on. There you go. This human-like nose that it looks like now into a orc nose. What I've seen usually with orc noses is that they are pulled up a little bit more. So the nostrils aren't really going horizontal or a little bit down. They actually go up a little bit. Or what I have also seen, what I've also seen is, basically they're just pulled up a little bit more. So what we can do is we can just go in here and maybe use the grab brush, pull it up a little bit more, like this. There you go. We can adjust the shape a little bit to make it look a little bit more, I guess, like an orc nose. Hold on. What we could do is we could grab this volume, pull it down a little bit more. There you go. Okay, Ronak. Thanks for joining today. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, I also want to pull the nose a little bit further in, like this. Okay. I want to make this nose a little bit... I want to give this more character. Hold on. Make the nub a little bit bigger. We have the nostril right here. Okay, I'm gonna keep it like this for now. This is still a rough sketch. We can adjust it later. But this is basically the beginning. Usually female characters have smaller, or I guess less prominent features, so the nose is usually smaller. I'm gonna keep it like this for now. Maybe make the bridge a little bit wider, like this. Okay. Let's go to the lips. I think the lips need some love as well. I'm going to do just a horizontal line first, and then let's bring some structure into these lips. So let's talk about the general structure of the lips. First of all, usually from the side view, the upper lip is further forward than the lower lip. So you can see right here, the lower lip is not as far forward as the upper lip. If we add more volume, of course, we could do that, but that will look kind of weird. Usually humans, or characters, have a lower lip that is further back than the upper lip. With, of course, orcs, they have teeth in their mouth, which usually pushes their lower lip a little bit further forward. But I think even then you can keep the upper lip more in front than the lower lip. Okay, there you go. Okay, so first of all, what we have, let's smooth this out a little bit more. There you go. What we have is the upper lip. I guess the very basic shape would be just, a half circle like this. And then we have this dip in the middle, like this. We can pull it back a little bit as well, like this. And there you go. Yeah, bye, Ronak. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. Hope you will enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, so now that we have that, let's do the basic shape of the lower lip as well. It's basically the same, just have half of a circle like this. There you go. But it's not done yet. The lips are too flat. Let's give them some volume. So the structure of the upper lip has three segments. The lower lip has 2. Let's do the upper lip first. The upper lip has a middle segment like this triangle, basically this ball in the middle, and then it has 2 balls on the side as well, like this. That is basically the structure of the lip. There you go. Okay, then we also have the lower lip. The lower lip has 2. Basically, this middle part is missing, so the other 2 are a little bit wider or bigger. There you go. We have a kind of split in the middle, not too big though. That is the general shape of both lips. There you go, smooth it out just a little bit. And then the lips could look kind of weird, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull them more into the face, like this. I'm also going to pull it further out maybe. Also, we can kind of now decide what kind of face shape she's, or what kind of you know, facial expression she's supposed to have. I think she's kind of supposed to be more mean looking, so I'm gonna pull her corners of the mouth a little bit lower like this. There you go. Okay, so let me bring back the small little fat pad up here like this. It's pretty subtle, but it kind of smoothes this corner a little bit like this. It's very, very subtle, so I'm gonna make it too big. Okay, I think I also want to move this mouth a little bit higher, not want to keep it too low. There you go. And then the lower lip usually kind of smooths out on the edge, because we have the muscle right here that goes down like this. We have a muscle that goes like this, which kind of smooths out this corner right here. So it's not like a perfect line going into the corner of the mouth. It is more like this transition from very sharp to very smooth. There you go. Okay. Of course, the shape of the upper lip can vary. The shape of the lower lip can vary. Those are all like characteristics that you can kind of determine or decide for yourself. Okay. The chin is basically just, you know, this tissue going from in here out like this. We discussed that before. That's the sus chin. I don't want to make the chin too big, so I'm going to smooth it out just a little bit. I can also just kind of remove some volume over here. There you go. Okay. There you go. Okay, now we have the nose. We also have the lips, the rough lips. We can still adjust them, but I'm gonna keep them like this for now. Hold on, no, that's weird. Okay, let's do the eyes now. So the eyes are too high. The eyebrows are too high, so I'm gonna pull them down a little bit here as well. And then let's go over the eyes. First of all, usually this part is too big, so I'm going to smooth it out just a little bit. There you go. Usually this fat pad right here is over the eyelid. That is basically where this fold comes from that you can see right here. This fold right there. It then goes down here, back, and kind of fades into nothingness because it kind of smooths out like this. So this fat pad is actually responsible for this fold that gets, that is created by this overlapping of this fat pad and the eyelid. There you go. That's the eyelid, and this is the fat pad. You have this fold right there, and yeah, there you go. I'm gonna smooth this out a little bit more. I'm gonna pull this down a little bit more as well. We can actually look at her face as well. There you go. She has actually quite big eyes. Okay, let's do the eyes. For the eyes, the placement actually, what you can kind of keep in mind, of course we now have a kind of orcish nose, but if you would have a more human nose, if you look at if you go from the middle of your mouth, basically where your upper lip and your lower lip meet, and then you draw a line to the nostrils, to the outside of the nose, basically like this. If we didn't pull those up, it would be somewhere over here, and then you continue this line, like this. That is roughly where you should place the outer corner of the eye. So going from here, zip, following the nostril, and going all the way up, you should find the outer corner of the eye roughly. And then also, if you continue this even further, you will also find the end of the outer end of the eyebrow. There you go. That is kind of how you can determine the outer corner of the eye. The inner corner is roughly vertically on the same level, or horizontally on the same level as the width of the nose. So like this. So you have two lines you can draw, which kind of determine where the eyes should be. This one looks good already. This one is kind of a little bit further out. We can adjust that. But yeah, that's why we do this now. So let's adjust the eye a little bit. It's kind of rounded here, so I'm gonna make it sharper right there. There you go. Also, one thing to keep in mind is that the upper eyelid is usually further in front. If you look from the side, this part is further in front than the lower eyelid. That is just like a small rule to keep in mind. There you go. The eyelids are also pretty thick because they're basically skin that wraps around the eyeball. There you go. And then we have a little bit of a fat pad underneath the eye as well. Of course, depending on how, I guess, lean your character is or how young your character is, they have it less. This actually develops more the older you get. So you have this bag under your eyes. That is usually a pretty good sign for, I guess, old people. I want to bring back the cheekbone a little bit more. Right here, it wraps all around to the nose like this. Okay. And then you have the fat that comes from over the nose, like right here, and goes down around the mouth. So it goes from here all the way down around the mouth like this, and then ends right there. This is what basically creates this this cheek volume. When you smile, you push this up, which creates this, the smile fold right there, and also hello, the in general, just the volume that gets created when you smile. So let's add some more over here. There you go. Smooth it out. Of course, you can kind of smooth everything out more because it's more like a female character. They have smoother faces, like this. Okay. So now that we have that, it looks way better than before. Let's go a little bit more into the rest. So let's do the ears now. Hold on, I want to do some adjustments over here. First of all, I'm going to move this chin. Actually, no, hold on. The lips seem to be quite far forward. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably, hold on, I'm gonna push them back just a little bit, not too much. I'm also gonna smooth them a little bit. Usually lips are quite, you know, smooth. They're still just skin, so they don't have this sharp corner right there. There you go. I'm also gonna pull this a little bit out maybe. Okay, so sometimes I don't know why, but the symmetry kind of messes up and the eyes don't really look, or anything kind of looks asymmetrical. I don't really know why that is. Maybe that's just a bug, but that happens sometimes. You can see it right there. It's not perfectly symmetrical. That's just something I kind of learned to live with, I guess. There you go. Also, the corner of the eye, if it's higher, you can place it in 3 different positions. It can either be lower than the inner corner of the eye, like this. It can be on the same height, or it can be higher. Roughly, when you put it higher, it looks kind of like cat eyes. It looks more feminine, basically. You have the same in these eyes as well. You see the corner is way higher. That kind of brings in the female aspect of the, I guess, female orc. Not only she has like cat eyes, she also has of course some makeup, and her features are less, they're smaller and they're less defined. That's kind of how they separated the human or the male orcs from the female orcs, as far as I can see right there. Okay. I want to do a few adjustments here, maybe smooth this out a little bit. There you go. Okay, let's do the ear now. Now we can actually paint in the ear shape. So as I said before, we have, for normal human ears, we have the C shape right there, like this. And then you have this bump right there. And then it kind of curls into itself, like this pretzel shape. This is the C shape, and then it curls into itself. Then you have on the inside the Y shape. The Y shape basically goes from down here, starts from here basically, and goes all the way around and into the C shape, underneath it basically. And then you have one more. The Y shape of course needs 2 arms, so the second arm is roughly over here, like this. So let's put that shape into, let's bring it into reality. I'm gonna do the C shape first. Of course, we have a long ear, which means the ear, you know, the ear shape kind of gets stretched. But if I would, you know, if I would sculpt a normal human face or human ear, it would look like this for the C shape, that then comes in for the small little bump right there. Then you have the Y shape that goes around like this, tucks into the C shape like this, underneath like this. There you go. And then you have the second arm that goes out like this. Then we can kind of make this all a little bit deeper. The deepest part is of course this part. There you go. And then you have the you have some more over here as well. That is basically the shape of the eye, the ear. Of course, if you want to stretch it all the way back here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to smooth this out. First of all, I'm going to continue the C all the way over here, like this. Give it some more volume. There you go. You can see I always do these very strong changes with, for example, the crease brush, like I cut in here, and then what I do is I use the smooth brush afterwards to just kind of, you know, make everything a little bit smoother. There you go. Okay, we have the lower eye, I mean the lower ear. Let's do the upper ear. Let's do the lower ear now. There you go. Smoothing it. There you go. Adjusting the shape just a little bit. go, maybe make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So here for the earlobe, you have two ways to create the earlobe. Either it's free hanging or it's kind of connected to the jaw. For this one, I'm gonna just connect it to the jaw, just to make it, you know, another characteristic of the character. There you go. You have one characteristic that some people have that I kind of, you know, discovered, is that this is not a perfect, I guess, round circle or a curve. It is actually, it has this bump right here, this S shape, I guess. Some people have that, some people don't. I think I don't have it. But recently, from all the references that I've seen, they had it. So I'm just gonna sculpt it in as well. There you go. That's the ear shape. We can maybe make this a little bit bigger to kind of, you know, fit it more into the ear. There you go. Okay, that's the ear for now. Of course, if you want to come back to it later, we can still do that. But I'm going to keep it like this for now. Okay, so now that we have a little bit more, I guess, detailed structure, the character wouldn't be, you know, an actual orc without any, I guess, you know, hair. So we have different hairstyles. We have this one that is kind of hanging down. I have one reference that just have like this, all the hair being pushed back into these dread-like, you know, locks, I guess, or, you know, these dread-like hairs. We also have one that is just like being held up by something. What I want to do is probably, let's see, what I usually do for hair is I create a second sculpt so that I not affect this sculpt, and I can still, you know, remove the hair if I want to make like a completely new hairstyle. So what I like to do is I like to go back to the layout and then duplicate the sculpt. There you go. I'm just going to call it hair. There you go. I'm going to save it, and then let's go back to the hair. I mean I'm going to do a few more changes for the face. The first thing being, oh, hold on, what's going on? Why is it dark? That's interesting. Oh, I know why. There you go. Okay. I had the wrong sculpt selected. First things first, orcs seem to look quite angry, so we're gonna give her some more, some angrier eyes. So she basically looks like frowning. When you frown, there are some muscles right here that kind of contract, so you kind of have this bulging right here that, you know, you can see in her face as well. You get these lines that basically go out like this, and then also just a little bit higher like this. That is basically the frowning or the angry face. Right there, we can also create this middle part that kind of gets pushed together, smoothing it out. There you go, maybe even pushing it lower, like this. Okay. There you go. Okay. The forehead looks quite long, so I'm gonna push it down a little bit more. What we can do to protect the face is we can grab the mask brush and just, you know, draw it on here to protect the whole face. What you can also do, if you want to select, for example, the ear and you don't want to go all around the ear, you know, drawing from here and then from here, because you want to, you know, select the whole ear. You can also go to the tip of the ear, just hovering over the geometry. Pressing Shift A will create this proximity selection, I would call it. Then by just, you know, hovering over and going more and more and more over the geometry, you add more and more to the selection, and then tapping on the geometry, you finish the selection. That is another way to select pieces of your mesh. So what we could do, for example, is we can go to the nose, press Shift A, zip, and select everything that we don't want to move. There you go. Like this. That's not what I want to move. I only want to move the upper head. The ear can probably be affected. There you go. Invert. And then we adjust the head. There you go. We can see a, you know, a pretty significant bump right there, so we can just smooth it right like this. There you go. Okay. Oh, that's strong. Gonna decrease this. I'm gonna kind of accentuate the triangle here a little bit more, just a little bit, smooth it out. Okay. Okay, let's do the hair now. For the hair, I go to the second sculpt, the duplicate basically, the hair. Because we have made these big changes, you can see the difference. I need to duplicate it again. Duplicate, there we go. Call it hair. And then I go into here. I'm gonna scale it just a little bit lower, I mean smaller, so that it's inside of the skin sculpt. We could also remove the bottom part here, but that's not really necessary. If we want to hide it completely, put it all the way underneath the skin, we can just use the usual brushes and push it down. You could also use just the grab brush and push it down like this. There you go. You can see right there, I just pushed in, just so it's not visible on top of the skin. Oh. Okay. We can do the same down here with just the clay strip brush, push it in. There you go. Fully remove it. Of course, this is only the sketch. Later, maybe we will add particle hair to make it look more realistic. That is, I think, my plan. And then here as well. There you go. Okay, let's do some hair now. So, for hair, first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create a hairline. The hairline is pretty simple. You start from the ear, right there, and then you go straight up first. Then once you reach this diagonal, you follow the diagonal roughly, like this. And then you go back up. Of course, this is another characteristic that you can give your character, where your hairline would be, how high the forehead should be, and then you go back forward like this. That's what it looks like. And if you want to make the forehead smaller, we can just begin earlier. There you go. That's the general hairline shape. Like this. Okay. Then I'm gonna fill. Oh, I want to do one more change to the forehead. It looks quite round, so I'm gonna make it a little bit. I'm gonna adjust it a little bit. I think there's too much volume, so I'm gonna smooth it out a little bit. I'm gonna hide the hair, just so we're not getting distracted. I'm gonna pull this back as well, just a little bit. That's better. There you go. Okay, yeah. Let's go back to the hair. We have to do a few corrections here. Oh, hello. I pressed the wrong button. There you go. Wait, I'm in the wrong... Oh, there we go. Hair. Sculpt. Okay, now that we have the hairline, we can add the rest of the hair. First of all, I'm just gonna cover the head with hair, and then we can create a hairstyle. The biggest problem with hairstyles, always remember to reactivate dynamic topology. I'm gonna go back to 20 actually, just because we're gonna do a rough sketch of hair first, and then we can go into more detail later. The biggest problem with hairstyles usually is that they're asymmetrical, which means that you have to deactivate symmetry at some point pretty early, because, you know, if you want to create a rough sketch, you know, need to sculpt the hair. I like to duplicate the sculpt, so that if I, you know, want to say, you know, I have like, okay, well, this org is supposed to have like an afro like this, you know? And then I say, oh, well, I don't like this afro. I would either have to remove everything again and kind of, you know, bring back the actual, or, you know, the head again by smoothing and, you know, removing the hair again. Or I can save time by just duplicating the mesh and working on basically on a new duplicate of that mesh. If I say, okay, well, I don't like the hairstyle, I just remove it, and now I'm back to no hair. It's just like I guess a backup. It's easier to go back on what you've sculpted this way. That's why I do it. Sometimes if I just want to do like a quick hair sculpt, then I just sculpt it onto the original head, but I like to separate the two. Okay. So now that we have the basic hair, or we've covered the head with hair, we can now give her a hairstyle. I have one in mind. I think that looks cool. So let's put that in. It is very, very asymmetrical, which is the problem. But yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. Okay, let's see. I want to make this straighter, like this. So this will just be a rough sketch first, and then we can go into detail more later. Okay, let's see. Okay. So the beginning will be basically this part will be pulled back. I'm gonna do both sides first, like this. That's where the I don't even know what they look like. I've never watched JoJo, but okay, so yeah, that's where the Clayster brush comes in handy, because they can create very easy hair flow. You can see these lines basically suggesting how the hair basically flows all the way back to here. It's very simple to do, and that's another, I guess, positive why I use the Clayster brush. Like this, maybe. There you go. This is of course just a rough sketch. We can still change it or even scrap it like completely. We'll see. Like this, maybe these are some sort of braids or whatever. We'll see. And then they all go in here into this knot or ponytail or whatever, like this. I can make a selection right here, invert it, grab my snake hook brush and pull it out. There you go. And then doing it again. Create some more hair back here. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I used the wrong brush. There you go. That's where the snake hook the snake hook brush comes in handy. It is very easy to just pull out more geometry and shape this more into a ponytail. Sometimes it's kind of hard to do it because the geometry is so thin. What I then like to do is I just use the clay strip brush again to add more volume over here. Like this. And then we can use the crease brush to give it some more structure. Not only by removing volume, but also by adding some, creating these nice edges here. So we're going to use this volume or this sketch right here to then kind of, we're going to use it as a reference for the particle hair that we're going to add later. That's why I even create this, just to, you know, to have a reference, to kind of not have to gamble or kind of, it's better to have a reference for particle hair than having to groom it without reference, in my experience, just because then you don't have to think about the volumes, how thick the hair has to be, in which direction it needs to go. It is kind of hard to really move a lot of hair in particle hair simulations, so having this reference beforehand will make that a whole lot easier. Then we have some more hair back here. It goes down. Oh. Like this. Kind of like The Witcher. Maybe even forward. Let's see. Of course, we need to put some more effort in to make it look like hair. Right now it looks more like cloth. But let's do that now. Use the clay strip brush. Oh, we have thin material here, so we need front faces only again. We have it activated already. So now by painting in, we can create some hair structure. Some of it goes forward, some of it kind of stays back. I don't know what's going on here. It seems like this is just too thin to really sculpt anything. There you go. We can maybe make it even longer, but because the bust is quite short, I'm gonna keep it at least in the same range. in terms of length. I'm not gonna go past the shoulders. Down. There you go. Very simple here. We can maybe kind of transition it a little bit better. We can also create some braids in here. Or we can put them in here. Like this. Just this zigzag. Okay. I'm gonna keep that for now. I'm not gonna add more detail just yet. We can add more, or we can change the hairstyle a little bit later. I want to keep it like this for now. We have one more thing. I have one more thing that I want to add, which is actually eyebrows. Do we have some volume right there? Yeah, we do. This is of course very, very rough. Okay, yeah. I'm probably gonna go for maybe an hour more, or 45 minutes. If I'm offline, then when you come back, there should be some timestamps to guide you through the video. Okay, so this is just like very, very rough hair for the eyebrows. There you go. We can kind of gauge how wide they need to be by going from the lip up. Like there, okay. There you go. Okay. Let's go a little bit more into the face. Before I do that though, I want to go and sit down. I'm standing the whole time. Hold on. Let's do that. Okay. Taking notes, writing down. Okay. So, let's continue the face. The biggest problem, if you have, of course, the hair right underneath the skin, is if you go deeper on the skin now, we're gonna hit the hair. Or we're gonna, the hair will breach through the skin. We can kind of avoid that by just, what we could do is we could just go in here and, I guess the easiest way to remove some of this volume right here would be to use a Boolean modifier. We grab a UV sphere, make it smaller to kind of fit it onto where we need it to be. Right here maybe, make it wider, like this, just to remove this part of the mesh. Give it some subdivisions so it's easier to Boolean. There you go. Then we go into the hair model and we say Boolean, select the sphere. Oh, before I do that, I'm going to save, just to be safe. There you go. You see what happens? It just removes this part. If we apply it, please apply. Oh, it lags. There you go. We can see we've removed the face part. Now we can change the face without having to worry about anything peeking through. We can do the same with the ears as well. The ears tend to peek through as well, so I'm going to remove them quickly. Okay. We can also now mirror to the other side by just using a mirror modifier. So we can immediately tackle both sides. We can apply everything and then go back in here, Boolean, select the sphere, wait for a second for it to calculate. There you go. Oh, did we miss the part? Oh, we did. Oh no. Okay, rotating doesn't work. It froze. Of course, I'm probably gonna keep the hair pretty rough, just because it's not the main focus of today's, I guess, video. Not video, but stream. What? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna apply it and then remove it manually. So yeah, we're probably gonna do a separate hair video, I guess, or hair stream. There you go. Okay. Let's go back into the head. So, the head needs more detail. It looks very flat right now, so I want to do a few adjustments. First of all, what I need is dynamic topology, of course. I'm going to set it to 50. There you go. Okay, let's continue. What I want to do first is I want to pull this back a little bit. I actually want to change the shape of the nose just a little bit. Of course, I have my references as well. Okay, there you go. We also have this quite deep chasm here on the eyes that goes quite deep and then goes all the way down here like this. That's basically the eye hole on the skull. That looks like this. And this is the cheekbone right here. I'm gonna give the cheekbone a little bit more detail, or I'm gonna, make it more prominent. There you go, smooth it out. I'm gonna smooth this part here as well. Okay. The lips, I think, are the most weird part right now. So let's adjust them by just, first of all, I want to push this forward a little bit, like this. So now it comes down to, fixing some areas, detailing them a little bit more, or overall just giving the character more unique features. Of course, if she isn't really smiling, there isn't really like a fold right here. Just so we can make it quite smooth. We can also maybe make her a little bit more muscular by in kind of accentuating her lower lip muscles right here. Make sure that it also looks good from down low, like this. I think this lip is just too flat right now, so I'm going to pull it forward a little bit. Yeah, jawline as well. let's see. The chin is definitely too round, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up a little bit, like this. There you go. Usually, as far as I know, female characters or, you know, girls or women usually have jaws that kind of point forwards, coming from the ear. If you want to make it, I guess, more manly, you would push it further back like this, so it's more square-like. This is more feminine. Okay. Also, the nose usually is, of course, smaller. It's still an orc, so it doesn't need to be like insanely small, but maybe a little bit like this. Okay. Now let's give these lips some more detail. We of course need to open them as well, because she has teeth in them. We can kind of decide how we want to place them. Do we want to have like full teeth going out of the mouth? Do we only want to have like 2 small ones on the outside? Do we want to have 2 big ones? That is one more thing that we can decide now. I think to, you know, as we said before, female, I guess, what is it, not aspects, but you know, female proportions are more, I guess, smaller, or, you know, less defined. So I would say we make rather small teeth. So we need to make some place though for the teeth. So we need to open her mouth a little bit. I'm gonna select the upper lip like this. And then I can just pull down the lower lip to create some space between the two, like this. Oh, welcome back, Vicente. Welcome, welcome. Hope you have enjoyed your week so far. Hope your cats are doing well, and you, of course, as well. We're doing a, I guess, tutorial right now, kind of going over my realistic human or realistic character sculpting workflow by sculpting a female orc. I haven't looked into the results yet. No. Have you looked into it? I wanted to look into it, but I wanted to focus more on this today, so, you know. Do you want to tell me the results, or do you want to spoil me? I don't really care that much, so, I mean, I don't really care if you know, it's not really spoiling. Okay, so now we have some room for the teeth. We need some more here though, so we're going to pull this out a little bit more like this. Oh. Yeah, I need to check out the winners. What was the idea for the 3D section, or the 3D yeah, section, I guess, category? What did they do? What was the subject? Okay. There you go. I'm gonna make the lips a little bit bigger. There you go. An animation. So they submitted it twice, I guess, as an animation first, and then as a 3D model as well. There you go. You being a very harsh critic, what would be your rating for the piece? There you go. Bringing back the structure of the lips a little bit more, giving them some more volume. They look kind of flat. There you go. Smoothing them out some more. Lower lips as well. Of course, they're being pretty thin because the teeth need to poke out like this. Okay. What do you mean with short list? The ones that are kind of, you know, the favorites, I guess? The honorable mentions? Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, I mean, has to be somewhat good, no? if it won. Okay. Now that we have that, let's add some teeth. We're just gonna select the mask tool again. Just put in a quick selection. Not too big, maybe. There you go. Invert. Grab the snake hook tool and pull out some teeth. It gets kind of hard sometimes when you have dynamic topology enabled. It kind of helps sometimes to just remove it and just stretch out the faces and then retopologize it afterwards. Now, like this, for example, we can now bring back some more geometry. Pushing back the upper lip as well, just a little bit to keep some more room for the teeth. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna look at them probably either tomorrow or maybe after the stream. Are they on their website or did they make like a video? I think they sent me like an email with, oh, it's gonna be on YouTube as well. I haven't looked into that just yet. Oh, let's see. There you go. Let's see. I'm not gonna play the music just because I don't want to get copyright striked or whatever. Oh, that looks sick. Oh, okay, that's it? Or is that still the same piece? Oh no, okay. Ah. Wait, what? That is not 3D modeling. What is this? I don't get it. I thought it's supposed to be an image, not an animation. That is what the 3D animation is for. Or is that... I don't know, dude. Or do they mean that... Ah, okay. Oh, nice. Hey, there it is. That's what we've seen. We've seen the special prize before everybody else. Okay, we've seen this one. Let's go a little bit further forward. We haven't seen this one. Welcome back, Kojo. Okay, yeah, I might look back at this later. Yeah, maybe I just didn't understand it right, or, you know, it seemed like there's so it seems like now that they kind of show the winners, that it seems like that just 3D animation and 3D just are one category, not, you know, two, which is of course a little bit different then. But I don't know. But I mean, the winner looks really, really good, so I'm not complaining. I wouldn't complain anyway. Okay. What we can also do to kind of work in these very small areas is we can remove some of the sculpt. So if we now select the upper lip, we can go into sculpt, hide masks, and now we have removed this part and we can work on the teeth a little bit easier. You missed basically just adding a little bit more detail to the face. What is this? Okay. There you go. We can then go back, sculpt, show all. There you go, now everything's back. Let's move these a bit further over here. There you go. There you go. Okay, now we have the teeth, the sketch teeth, I guess. Let's work on the rest a little bit more. I want to give it some more detail overall, which means I think I want to go into higher resolution. So let's do that. I'm going to go in here and use 100. 100 is probably the last level that I'm going to increase it to. So yeah. Oh, just to add just a little bit more detail. 50 isn't really sufficient for everything. Usually it doesn't really capture the very, very, very fine details, like the distinction between the fat right here, the cheek fat, and the cheekbone. That's not really something that gets captured by just 50 resolution. So bumping it up to 100 can definitely capture that. And it also creates just a little bit more, you know, you can see it is still very rough, especially in the nose, for example. It just looks way smoother by just going in and adding or bumping it up to 100. There you go. Control S. You mean saving? I don't know, I usually go to file and then save. I don't know why, but that's just in my muscle memory now. There you go. Now we can, you know, just add a little bit more to all the aspects of the face. The lips, for example, or the teeth, or the rest. There you go. The eyes as well. Smoothing in out some more, and then we can go back in and do the rest. One thing that I kind of worry about though, what I'm gonna fix soon, is the eye placement, or the eyeball placement. I'm gonna worry about that in a second. I want to go in here first, give it some more volume right there. I'm going to remove the hair for now, just so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. You can also see how the face or the eyebrow kind of has the shape going from here. Of course, this is, you know, when she's kind of looking angry. If she would look kind of neutral, it would be the same, but just a little bit higher. The eyebrow basically follows the shape of the eye, or the eyebrow follows the shape of the forehead. You go down. Oh, welcome Matthew, 5. Sorry, I didn't see your name. Welcome. Yeah, we're doing a workflow showcase, I guess. And then you can see it just goes up over this fat pad right here that you have right there. And then under, like down like this. That is roughly how the forehead is shaped. Of course, if you frown, it goes lower. There you go, like this. Then you also, if you frown, it kind of gets cramped together here. So sometimes you get this these two folds, which we can also sculpt in like this. There you go. If we want to be a little bit more, you know, detailed. Okay. Yeah, if you, Matthew, if you came here to see everything from beginning to end, once the stream is done, I'm gonna put in timestamps so it's easier for you to go through it again. You don't have to skim through everything to find what you're looking for. I'm gonna put some general timestamps in the description if you're interested in the whole workflow. There you go. We started with a sphere, and now we are here. There you go. I didn't import anything. I set up everything again. But I use the Streamlabs alerts now, which will also display YouTube alerts. Before I used Stream Elements, which can only track one or the other, so YouTube or Twitch. But now I use the Streamlabs alert system, which can highlight or show both. Which is one more grievance that I had. So now I fixed that as well. So now everything is set up exactly how I wanted it to have it set up. Okay. One more thing that you can add as detail is, of course, you have the cheekbone coming from here and then going all the way in. You can highlight the cheekbone a little bit as well by separating it from the muscle. There you go. Thanks for the subscription, Matthew. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Hopefully you're gonna enjoy it continuing, or you're gonna continue to enjoy it. It can show BTTV emotes if you donate and all that stuff. Then at least there was an option to show it. I don't know if that's like built in into the overlay, or if it still uses the OBS browser, but it said there was the option to enable it, so maybe it works now. The chat is still the same. Oh, you see a big asymmetry over here. You see this is perfect, and then the other side is just scuffed. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Oh, that's perfect. You can learn both at the same time. We had another person that came that visited, that was from French. Maybe he or she will join again at some point. So then you have a fellow French in here as well. French person. Unfortunately, I cannot speak French. I can only speak English and German. Okay, I want to do one adjustment. If we go to material preview, we will probably see horror. Oh, we see magenta eyes. That's one thing that I want to change. Okay, let's bring in some textures. So these ones are of course preset eyes that I just imported. If you use spheres, then yeah, you don't need to, of course, apply any textures. I can show you how you can make a simple eye though. Yeah, Matthew, if you have questions at some point, you can always ask them. They can only enrich the stream, at least if they're not, you know, if they're not something that you can easily Google. What do we have here? texture transmission. There you go. So let's go into material preview so we can see it. Oh, look at that. We're gonna save it right there. Rendered. Okay. There are a few more textures missing. The diffuse one is the first one. I diffuse. There you go. We have also texture normal. Normal. There you go. I thought about maybe, I guess providing like a download link for these eyes, but I created these eyes using a paid tutorial, so I don't think I'm gonna do that, unfortunately. And I can't really remember how I did it back then, so you know, that's unfortunate. I used some procedural textures which worked in a certain way, and then I baked the textures which I apply right now to make them work in all ways possible. There you go. Of course, if you only use a sphere, I can show you real quick how you can create good looking eyes as well. Oh, they actually are placed pretty good. I thought they would be higher, like over here, but they look pretty good. Usually what you want to look out for with eyes is that more of the eye will be covered by the upper eyelid than the lower eyelid. So we could first of all change we probably push up the lower eyelid a little bit. But I want to show you first how you can create your own, I guess, eye. What you can do is you can just grab a UV sphere. And the good thing about the UV sphere is that it already has a pretty good eye shape, because if you rotate it by 90 degrees on the x-axis, and then you go in here, you already have these rings, which you can just grab like this. I use the C selection, circle selection, and then also, of course, these edges as well. And then you can first of all flatten them by scaling. Wait. You go into this edge right here. Select the other edges right there as well. You go to here, set the pivot point to active. You highlight one of these vertices out here so that it's white. Then you scale on the y-axis by 0 so they're all flat. And then you can select the inner faces like this. No, we select everything like this. Extrude it just a little bit. Then we select the inner faces, push them in a little bit, and then we maybe do one more extrusion like this. And then what you can also do is we can either just remove it, or you can also do a little bit more, but you know, that's a very, very basic eye. The iris might not be the perfect size. That might be something that you might have to adjust. I can't remember the exact, you know, the perfect proportions for the iris in proportion to the overall eyeball size. Well, that is another, you know, way you could create eyeballs very easily. Okay. So one thing that I wanted to adjust is I want to push this higher. Like this. Usually also the eyeball, of course, having this bump in the front, pushes the eyelid a little bit further open or apart, which means we have like this bigger bump over here, just very slightly though. There you go. Let's go back to solid mode. Okay. I go over my basic settings in the beginning of the stream, or when we started this piece. So yeah, of course, if you haven't really started with sculpting at all, maybe you could, you know, watch a full beginner tutorial. Maybe you could also just work with what I've talked about in the beginning. Yeah, I mean, I basically talk about which brushes I use, which settings I set, why I set the settings, and why I set these brushes. Maybe that helps you in starting with sculpting. Maybe you need more. If you need more when it comes to, you know, beginning to sculpt in Blender, then maybe you need to watch another tutorial. Okay, this is this, you know, stream is a bit more focused on realistic character creation rather than beginning to sculpt in Blender. There you go. Of course, one big aspect of, I guess, female faces would be the eyelids. I'm not going to add eyelids just now. I'm going to add them with the particle hair that we will probably add tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be one thing that we're going to add tomorrow. I'm not going to do that today. Tomorrow will probably be more about the hairstyle than the sculpt itself. So not only the probably setting up the base of the base shape of the hair, the particle hair, and also probably setting up the eyebrows and eyelids first. I mean eyelashes. I have probably an eyelash model that I just duplicate because it's kind of a hassle maybe to set it up, but maybe that's another small explanation that I could do. Just because eyebrows and eyelashes are pretty simple in their, I guess, setup. Oh. There you go. So now we basically have all that we need for a human face. We have, you know, the facial structure, we have the bone structure, we have the fat on top of it, we have the lips, we have everything in a face, basically. And what we could do now is we could go into more detail, like the wrinkles. We could, you know, add some wrinkles over here, like doing some wrinkling, or like this, or we could, I don't know, create some scars, whatever you want to do to give this character more detail. We are now at that stage to do that. We could do that now, which might be another stream. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, so we basically finished the base of the realistic character. It's not stylized, it's realistic. So I'm gonna finish the ear and also the neck, give that just a little bit more detail, and then we're done. This is basically, yeah, I've covered how to start a head, the very basics, all the way up to adding detail to the face, how you can vary different parts of the face to give the person that you're sculpting character, or the character, how to give that character unique features, what you can vary to create unique features, what you can do to distinguish one character from the other. Especially we've looked at the nose, how you can change the nose to make it look more like an orc nose, going from the human anatomy, and how you can transform that human anatomy to make it look, or to bring it into the orc anatomy. And yeah, how you can pull out, or how you can create orc ears by starting off with human ears. And tomorrow it's probably gonna be about hair. How you can create. We should probably work a little bit more on the sculpt, the hair sculpt, before we go into hair particles. So maybe tomorrow will be more about how to sculpt hair. That might be another topic that we could cover tomorrow. This might be a shorter tutorial, but doesn't always have to be 3 hours. I'm guess how old I am. It ranged from 13 to, I think the highest one that I heard so far was like 22. So what do you think how old I am? I think if I would animate this character, it would take a little bit longer than I think I want to, work on this. But yeah. Actually, one project that I kind of have in the back right now would be an animation that I'm working on, or that I started last week. Maybe at some point we can go back to that. That's the long-term project that I have right now. I like to have at least 2 projects, one that is short, one that is long, so that if I'm getting sick from working on one of them, I can just switch to the other one, which of course happens more often with the long one because it takes longer to finish. But it's just nice to have like at least 2 projects to work on at the same time. I actually thought about maybe using this orc phase to showcase the soft wrap add-on, kind of talk about it, and kind of talk about how it works. Because I think that is something that might be helpful for a lot of people. And I don't know if I've seen like a single video about it from somebody, I don't know, that covers Blender stuff. Maybe Geocom uploaded something himself to YouTube, probably, but it's not the same than, I don't know, Blender Guru or somebody else covering it. I don't want to say I'm Blender Guru, but at least there's then one video talking about it and kind of showcasing it. Other than the one from the add-on creator, maybe showing an actual what do you call it, like the user experience or user review. So what we could do is we can use that add-on to retopologize this head by using an old model. That might be a cool idea, especially because then we can kind of see how versatile it actually is, because we have the nose that is like super different from a normal nose. The biggest problem would probably be the teeth, but we could probably also kind of exclude them from the model, maybe just create custom teeth or external teeth. There you go. So stuff that we could add as detail would be like scars or like some cuts in the ears that only are on the model itself, like the skin, like scars or cuts on the ear, or some, I don't know, some tattoos. We could all add that if you want to. We can do that, but this is all more about, the main proportions, I guess, and what to keep in mind, rather than, I guess, what makes the character unique. That might be another subject, actually. So I stream every Monday to Thursday. I usually upload a stream schedule on Sunday or Monday, kind of covering or kind of showcasing what I plan on doing on stream that week. So if you want to know what I want to cover, what we want to do on stream that week, you can check that out. That is usually the highlighted video when you, I guess, just go to my channel. But yeah, I stream from Monday to Thursday, so 4 days. Oh, I need to change the battery on my headset. Hold on. That was probably quite loud. Hold on. There you go. There you go. And of course, if you have any, suggestions for topics, I'm always open. I have my good old list of ideas. I'm gonna add that. Of course, I'm gonna put more priority on, I guess, requests. If they, fit into what I do. Probably not gonna do stuff like, hey, can you do, I don't know, some Rule 34 animations in 3D? I don't think that I'm gonna cover that on stream, but other stuff is definitely possible. Can we animate some porn on stream? Sure, let's do that. Let's go to pornhub.com and stream there. Or let's see how long we can stream on Twitch and YouTube until we get banned. No, that's the animation I was talking about. I haven't worked on that any more than the first day that we've worked on it, because I had like smaller project that I wanted to do and finish. So we finished one yesterday, we finished the other one on Friday on a special stream day. So I haven't worked on the Roberto animation anymore. Maybe that could be the next topic for next week, Maybe I either want to devote next week fully to this model, talking about different topics like hair and skin and shading and all that stuff, or I'll plan on continuing the animation. We'll see. Of course, if you want to see more, I usually only stream, Monday through Thursday, because on the weekend I edit videos. If you want to see these videos, you can go to my videos channel. There aren't that many videos just yet, but you know, if you want to get some more digestible content, I guess, you can check these out as well. The most, I guess, popular video right now is how to create a fabric shader in literally seconds. It works quite well, actually. I think I created the shader in like 20 seconds or so, maybe even less. And it looks very, very good, at least if it's not like, you know, supposed to be like this super crazy shader. You can see individual fibers, and it was very simple to set up. A single texture and then some adjustment nodes. I also made a follow-up video about how to create a metallic car paint shader. So if that's something you're interested in, yeah, that's where you can find it. Yeah, probably gonna make a shorter version of this, you know, explanation. Gonna edit that down a little bit to make it more digestible, I guess. I kind of like the concept of having a shorter version to kind of, you know, ease people into the topic, and then if they want to just see more or the whole process, they can come to the stream and kind of, you know, ask questions live or just look at the whole process. Like sometimes I see pieces that other people made, and I just want to see how they actually are made by seeing each individual, you know, their full process, not in a time lapse, but actually like in a full, I don't know, 5-hour stream or so, just so I can see the exact section that I want to see in real time. And you know, that's why I have a live channel and also a videos channel. So this one is the live stream channel, and in the description on YouTube that you should find the YouTube the video channel as well. I think that's the first or second link in the description. It's the one with the red logo. Yeah. Oh, there you go. I just gotta get better at YouTube, I guess. Some people, you know, said they like the content. I think the biggest weakness for me right now is to market the content. So that's what I'm kind of working on right now. Probably very cryptic in my description, but yeah. I also probably have some more stuff that I can optimize when it comes to the streams. There you go. Oh, by the way, Roberto, what? Vicente, I found the best server for the stream. It is, hold on, which one is it? It's Luxembourg. I constantly, or basically, the average is around 1 or 2% drop frames. I think I had one day where it was like 15%, but then I switched to variable bitrate and then it fixed itself. So at least I found the best server for the stream now. So now that problem is also solved. So now all I can focus on is, now that all the stream setup stuff is fixed, as far as I see, or I can, you know, yeah, I see basically. I can now focus more on the content, which is nice, which is something that where I wanted to get to. Okay, there you go. Now we have added some more detail to the neck part as well. We have this very, very deep part here as well. You can see it in this dude as well. You could call this Roberto in real life. You can see this goes very, very deep, and you have the trapezes right here going pretty far off. That's what I'm gonna painting. What I'm painting in right what I'm sculpting in right now. You can see the problem if you already have quite a lot of geometry. It gets hard to move it all because it gets quite laggy. There you go. So that's why we start very low in terms of geometry and then get higher and higher and higher. Because once we have the fundamentals in, we don't have to do these drastic huge changes later. With way more geometry, which is then of course way harder and takes longer. There you go. And that is the final version. Yeah, some muscles as well. Of course, it is an orc. It's a brood. They fight in war, so she might even need some more muscles. But you know, that is all I'm gonna give her for now. Maybe we can even add some armor. We'll see. Yeah, well that's all I'm gonna do today. Hope you enjoyed. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you were entertained. Hopefully you learned something. That's the most important part. Maybe it inspired you to do your own projects now. Hope you hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow's going to be another stream, of course. The last stream for this week. Where we're probably going to do, we're probably going to cover hair sculpting. So we're going to go a little bit deeper into this hairstyle right here. It is very rough. So we can probably spend tomorrow on detailing this some more. So that we have a good base for the particle hair. That's going to be tomorrow's topic. And then next week will probably be the week where we finish this sculpt. Meaning shading, particle hair, stuff like, yeah, sculpting, shading, sculpting is done. Shading, particle hair, lighting, and then in the end rendering. That's what we're gonna do next. No, tomorrow we're gonna do the hair, and then next week we're gonna finish the model. Of course, if you have any more questions, you can either ask them live or put them in the comments. If you wanna check out more, you can always browse the streams on this channel or go to the videos channel to see like the videos there. And yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for listening. Thanks for chatting. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. Good night. Okay, good night doesn't really fit. Take care.